This is Ishnai Ciarfox, and welcome to my stream. Yeah. About to begin. So, I'm going to, in between, be doing Duty Finder. Might even do main scenario to try and get... Because I'm nearly... Oh, damn. And I have, of course, the Battle Squadron thing. Oh, it should be Praetorium or something. Great. Oh, thank you!
Kneel to the might below!
I have a sudden feeling I'm about to have to burn a lot of... Sit back, relax. I do a sips tea and the other person responds, I like being a rock. Oh, boo.
Yield to the storm!
Ba-da-da-bum-ba-ba-da.
This has gone on long enough.
Now we have to listen to Lolly Bread.
But the Ultima weapon is all-powerful. Why does my enemy still stand? Can her strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
Oy.
Lalai.
Lolly Bread! In Thinker's body.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal she bears.
So, this is what empowers her.
I mean, there's a lot of things that empower me. You know, power of friendship is the main one.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the hammer of darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the shield of light.
Is it
And
too
so
loud?
it shall, for the Ultima weapon
I was gonna
is
say,
host
the
to a
voice is
power
louder
of
than
which
I am.
You are as yet ignorant.
Maybe I should be louder.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alleg failed to scratch.
Scratchy scratch.
The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Eons upon
Of
eons
what
upon
magic
eons,
do you
eons.
speak?
A spell without parallel. Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Lalai, what have you done?
Gaius, you shouldn't have trusted a Ascian.
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Well, I fucking murdered your god. And all the gods.
Damn you, Ascian.
Were you really expecting anything different from him?
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. And from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Poof. Oh, the destruction. Watch how that laugh again. Such devastating.
Such
Yes.
devastation. This was not my intention.
Ha 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 ha.
Oh, Heidelin. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left.
I beg to differ. I get it back. Main protagonist.
Van Belsar,
How you doing, hun, by the way?
your enemy's shield is broken.
No, no.
The rest I leave to you.
You really shouldn't.
We will speak later, Ascian.
You won't.
But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains.
Not particularly.
Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
Yep, I plan to, one of the things I'm doing right now is I nearly have my Dark Knight up to level 80 so I can do the job quests, not 80, 90, so I can do the job quests for, tank in Walker, so. I'm doing a bit of leveling that while, about to do the Black Mage quest. So. And I finally got my Black Mage up to level 70, and we're gonna do those quests. Where I get a sassy... I get to have a sassy Lalafell mage. Oh god. I feel this is a new healer. Well, also, they haven't done the quest before, so... I mean, the main story quest for this. Is healer gonna get hit by all those? I mean, I'm sorry, healer. Get over here, get over here, get over here, get over here, get up! Doesn't know what stack mechanics are. We might be here a bit longer than I wanted to be. Okay, that's a first for me, but they're a new healer. It's fine.
Gaze upon true power.
The healer's dead again. Healer's dead again. Healer's dead again. You know, I was thinking this was going to be a short one. I also think the healer's currently freaking out. Therefore, is not doing everything correctly. Hitting all the buttons, feeling bad for themselves, etc., etc. Probably not going to survive this. Somebody's DCing. I think they're DCing on purpose.
Gaze upon true power.
There we go. Sorry, I'm concentrating on this. Healer's not healing. I mean, attacking. There we go. Alright. Got that done. Now I'm almost to level 90. Took longer than I was expecting, but oh well. Da-da-da-dum. Oh god. Though, Final Fantasy VIII battle music, love it. Love it! We need to go back and play Final Fantasy VIII again soon. That should have been obvious with the tail lift. Do we have a red mage? Well, we do have 2 summoners, so. Hey, big fight! Okay. Ba-ba-bum-ba-bum-bum-bum. Thought I was out of that. Got hit by that. Deserve that. Deserve that. Fa la 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 la. Ba 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 ba. So I have enough bonus to make it to 80. I mean 90. I really don't want to do leveling. I haven't done... I'll keep checking Duty Finder to make sure when Alliance raids are... Though the scary part is I might end up getting near, which is what I've always been getting right now for when I do. Which I don't mind as a healer. I'm not exactly as comfortable doing the near raids as a tank. Alright. Switching over to Black Mage now. Alright. Golem's Gone Wild. I hate the name of that. I hate. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Where was it again? Alright, so Miner's Guild. Lalai would share with you knowledge she gleaned. Ah, Ishnai, good. For better or for worse, it would seem that Shishato is still enjoying herself as peaceful slumber. In the meantime, my study of the books of Nathal has proven rather enlightening. In particular, I was surprised to learn that while the statue in Nal's reflection is relatively recent construction, in historical terms, of course, the goblet it holds in its hand is quite ancient. It would appear that it was within that vessel Mistress Shato's soul was sealed away. The master's record go on to state that the inner surface of the goblet is inscribed with a message in the glyphs of ancient It reads, ah yes, here it is. The power of destruction did render the baleful star, and peace doth reign near and afar. Excuse me. Yet 23 centuries hence shall it come anew, and certain doom is certain to ensure. A prophecy of sorts, it would seem. Yes. It has been roughly 2,300 years since Chateau founded the black magic, which means that it is entirely possible that she herself left the inscription. But whatever sort of doom could prophecy be referring to? I fear it is all rather cryptic. Oh, really? Lalai. And Ishnai as well. I would speak with the both of you at once. Why, look. It's the kitten. Ahem. While I would like nothing more than catch up with you on old times, the only moon keeper I've found that's male, I come bearing grave tidings. My friends, pray lend me your aid. Well, if it isn't our favorite Google hearer, I would have thought the seventh hell would freeze over before you cast your lot with us purveyors of destruction. What have we done to deserve the honor of your groveling? This is no time for jest, Lalai. The situation is most dire. Why, a veritable horde of crazed golems has burst forth from the lost city and is wreaking havoc on the Twelveswood, even as we speak. Whatever foul sorcery led them to abandon their orders and run rampant, we cannot say. But one thing is certain. If we do not deal with them, and do so swiftly, there's no telling what damage they might inflict upon our forest home. That does sound like a cause for concern. Very well. I suppose it will not kill us to put the matter of Shishato aside for a moment and... Wait, no. Not now. I say, how can the girl think straight with this ungodly fool's cap weighing her down? Or perhaps she can't, and that is why. But of course, it all makes perfect sense. Oh, hello there. Did you miss me and my prodigious intellects? Of course you did. Now, look, we haven't much time, so do try and keep the pace. The Surge of Aether. Just who or what are you? Yes, I'm sure there's much you'd like to know. But where would that get us? I've already heard what I've needed to know through the girl's ears. We were needed in South Shroud, yes? Rampaging golems, was it? Indeed. I have tasked a whaler named Alfine with looking into the matter. With any luck, he has gleaned some knowledge which might avail us in the plotting of a suitable course of action. Alfine, South Shroud. Yes, I believe the great Shishato has all she needs. Well, come now. No point in standing around like gawping gobbles when there's work to be done, right? Right? Is she always like this? Yeah. Shishato? Ishnai, I am most grateful for your aid, but do not get me wrong. But if there's anything that you and Lalai have been keeping from me, mark my words. I will hear it in full when our task is done. I did nothing. She was dead when I got there. You know, I haven't actually done the hard mode for that one down there. I don't think I've ever done the normal mode for that one down there. I just haven't particularly waited to see Diablos in that form again. It's so much easier to think without that excessive bulk weighing on my brain. For the life of me, I'll never understand people's obsession with extravagant headgear. Yeah. Some of it is for protection, though. The sheer etheric energy I feel exuding exuding from the girl is nothing short of astounding. Could it be that Cap was reigning in her true power all this time? Sure. Golem's gone wild. Welcome, friends. You come seeking news of the golems, yes? Would that I have any to give. I fear not a single one of the creatures has manifested itself before mine eyes. So, you say, my good man, but it is possible that you do not see the trees for the forest. Sometimes for which we seek is right before us, and we need only attune our vision. Why, is it just me, or do I spy a number of curious stone structures peeking out from the bush? Yes, I have an inkling of what that our foe may be hiding in plain sight. But how is one to distinguish living stone from more ordinary type? Why, I do believe the former will take far less kindly to being scorched with the burst of hell's fire. So the plan is clear, yes? Let's get blasting. Yeah, I might as well unlock. When I heard this new trouble in the Lost City, I thought you might be back. Not one to leave the job half finished, eh? Wear your step in there, ought to frighten an elemental not being taken lightly. Be you favored of the Seed Seers or not. I haven't done the normal version of that, and I don't think, and we can do the hard version of that, if I remember tonight. Not level cap. Not at level. Non-capped level! Seriously? Seriously? This curious structure of stone stands motionless before you. Well. Fire 3, right? Burn, baby, burn. Burn! Over there. Alright. Back there we go. Back there we go. Our friend is quite... Is our friend quite well? I only saw her from afar, but it was as if the girl took some perverse pleasure in causing as much destruction as she could muster. No, she's not. Neither am I. That was fun, wasn't it? Now, while I'm not wont to repeat myself, it seems I should make an exception for the slower members of our band. You had the privilege of standing before the Archmage Shahato, or rather, a memory of the same which has awakened after years of slumber to rescue your realm from the fate most dire. Slower, Lady Shato, if that truly is who you are, I cannot deny your arcane prowess. Yet there is much about this matter that does not sit well with me. pray, explain yourself. What is this dire fate of which you speak? Oh dear. You really aren't very smart. Very well. I shall begin from the very, beginning. Dear me, did I almost rhyme? Who does that, anyway? Anyhow, the tale begins some 2 millennia ago, when the great civilization of was still in its infancy, and yes, it is said that way. Our scholars ascertained that a mighty comet, awash with unspeakable ethereal energy, was on course to strike our fair home and reduce it to so much rubble. And so I thought to rectify the situation the only way I knew how, by blasting the foul rock out of the sky with the most powerful destructive magic our realm had ever seen. Thus, this, more than anything, was what spurred me to develop the art of black magic as it is known today. Needless to say, my plan was remarkably successful. A massive chunk of the comet was shattered, knocking it clear off its path and sending it spinning harmlessly off into the heavens. Did it hit any of the other reflections of the source? The story, however, does not end there. Fragments of the meteor hurtled and embedded themselves on the Earth. While small enough that their impact caused no significant damage, they remained beneath the surface, brimming with etheric energies, just waiting to be unearthed. Needless to say, those otherworldly stones drew the attention of mages far and wide, who sought to claim their powers for their own. These are the stones that gave the golems their souls, by whose powers many a city-state flourished. And yet, these stones held further secrets. When 2 of them were brought together, they would call out to one another, aether reacting to aether, to augment their mutual powers to still greater heights. Mind you, the power of mere fragments, even in a heightened state, would be far too meager to cause for concern. One threat, however, still lingered. What if the comet, the mother stone as it were to return? Its circuitous orbit bringing it into shouting distance of our world once more. Why would not its remnants, its children, summon it hither in all of its destructive glory? Preposterous! Did your vaunted black magic did not knock the comet clear across the skies? Yeah, out of orbit from hitting us. Why is it simply inconceivable that a new path would bring it around back to our deck? Say, it's being summoned. E.T. foam home. Inconceivable to feebler minds, mayhap, but not my own. In fact, I posit the comet is drawing nearer at this very moment. It is for this very reason that the golems are now running amok. If left unattended, the implications for this world would be calamitous indeed. Fortunately for you, you have an ally in the impending battle. A prodigy who foresaw the danger when that was to come, and sent her memory to the future that she might be returned to save the day. Do you mean that you predicted this threat would come over 2,000 years ago, mind you, and devised an incantation for the sole purpose of allowing you to return to us in our time of need? I do believe I've already said precisely that. Of course, I did not do it entirely on my own. The spell would have been lost to history if, crazy old, oh wait, short stuff is what I called him, had dug it up when he did and recorded it for posterity. Dear little Lalai, excuse me, and Ishnai also played their parts as well. Oh, how wonderful it is when one's followers, against their natural tendencies, perhaps, managed not to make an utter mess of things. Thank you. I must admit, the whole story still strikes me as a bit far-fetched. I mistrust neither your motives nor your skill, Lady Chateau, but as a hero charged with the protection of the wood, I cannot leave this matter to you alone. I will accompany you and offer what aid I can. But first, let us return to Udall. I would hear more of the plan you propose before we take action. Must you? Very well. Just promise you not to get in our way. Now, come along, my puppets. I have a realm to save, and you're gonna help me. You're gonna help me, whether you want to or not. I mean, It is my job. It has been my job. Far more than I'd like. Okay, alliance rates now. Hopefully this will edge me closer. God, did I have to use that word? Yes, actually, no, I did. Cat, cat, what you doing? Cat, cat, what you doing? God, I have, what, Sparkle's sound, when... The whistle kind of thing when she's setting the bombs at the place. Stuck in my mind, and I haven't actually re-listened to that thing at all, and I don't know why it's now in my mind. It does not appear to be the sorceress means Azil, but I still do not entirely feel entirely safe in her presence. Whatever has she done with Lalai? The hero assures me that there's been no golem uprising elsewhere, and since he clearly is too thick to tell a convincing lie, I'm inclined to believe him. This means we still have time to form a plan of attack. Ahem. I do pride myself in my honesty, so I will be honest with you when I say this. Your art is, to put it kindly, not looked fondly upon, I will put our day and age, and your story stretches... Ba 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 ba. I might have to do some fates to inch over that last bit, but that's a later thing problem. Oh, I was also going to unlock tribe quests that are the attack ones for Endwalker. Let me pull up what's needed for that. What torturous things have you picked for me? Oh, this isn't that bad. Relatively speaking. Kurama. Saki. So I'm guessing that's Kurama versus, that's a Kurama Naruto reference rather than a Kurama Yu Yu Hakusho reference. So we have a few new people in here, and I am full on elegant totems again. At least we get to see Fran's ass. I mean, running. Oh, I also got the Mechanist up, so we'll also probably do that. And I got one of the dancers things up, so... We have a lot of job quests tonight. Mustardo. I am mustard. Is everybody in here? Okay.
Run like rats in the cassia. What's this?
Right. Left. Shake it all about, you know. As you do.
I see you.
Serious music is serious music!
You shall promise. The promise will save you from what comes next.
That
Let this be your final testament. And where might you be off to? We're just warming up. I am a man of my word. I rarely miss. What's this?
I am a smart cookie. I am a smart cookie in that I'm very, very stupid.
Run like rats in the cassia. Victory's not so close as you think.
too easy. I see you. Let this be your final testament.
Bum bum bum. Need to be more awake.
You have proven yourself deserving of the title, Zodiac Brave. With this, my journey can, at long last, come to an end.
Whee! Running, running, running. Running, 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 running. Feels so weird to see somebody bearing Minfilia stuff and doing
The Beowulf youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
No.
To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel. Father!
Ba 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 ba. Murder, murder, murder. Slap, slap. Ba da ba ba ba.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed!
Yes, absolutely. Please step on me, mommy.
7 shadows cast, 7 fates foretold. Yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone!
Death and death alone! Woo!
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder!
I mean, that's somebody's king. Apparently there's a cannibalism kink that I did not hear about until there's like this guy who got exposed for it that was famous.
The dreams of men are fleeting, yet they must be embraced if they are to flourish. Have you the faith to do as much?
Okay, who's taking on what?
O divine light, send us from our sins! Gaze deep into the light! They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come!
Ruination! Okay.
On guard!
I'm being pulled into the shadow!
Well fought, champion. I leave you now to your quest. My Ovelia awaits.
Read. I don't look like a lot of the outfits for this one, but I guess it's a nostalgia thing for people. I think I like the Fending Guard, Fending Knight's armor. The only thing I like in that. I think it's the Fending, or is it for Dragoon? Naming. It is an armor. It exists. Oi, oi, oi. Nojito. Nojito Taco Bell. Nojito. Okay, that was a bad joke. It was. It's been forever since I've had Choco Bell. I also keep wanting hit since was leveling up the Machinist for so long. Hit the anytime we're out of a battle, hit Pelion. However you say it.
Your coming was foretold, servant of Iblis. Or perhaps you serve another. I am Count Sidolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here.
I mean, that's rather loud. I might need to turn that down a bit more.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed. I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder. To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel. Open your eyes to the darkness and drown in its loveless embrace.
I don't want to drown in his lovely.
Not be watching.
I'm watching. I am a god.
Misfortune hangs heavy on a head once held high. Such is poor cover for when the heavens fall. Come, show me more. Seven shadows cast, seven fates foretold. Yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone. To live by the sword is to die by the sword. There is time enough for regret in the flames of hell. Honed is the blade that severs the villain's head. Endless is the path that leads him from hell. I have been called the God of Thunder.
I mean,
Will
really?
now know
Sure.
why. Upon my holy blade, the very world lies in balance. And now the scales will tip. Come, show me more.
Moving, moving.
Escape is not so easily granted. Were you expecting a modicum of rust? You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. A piteous display. They who dwell aloft have spoken.
That one.
Let their
That
words
one.
echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come. Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain. You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. Hark! The screams of ruin rise above the storm's discord. Shudder not in her endless cold. Come, show me more.
That was interesting. Of course, my battle whatchamacallit is running low.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed. I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts
Oh, this is definitely
blinds
waking
mine
up.
enemies and tears their flesh asunder. 7 shadows cast, 7 fates foretold. Yet at the end of the broken
Tremble,
path
yep.
lies death, and death alone.
I'm just been in parties that I know I keep on dying,
Open
at least for
your
the first
eyes to
one.
darkness and
Because I am a
drown
stupid
in its
boo-boo who
loveless
sucks at that kind of
embrace.
stuff, but
The gods will not be watching. Misfortune hangs heavy on a head once held high. Such is poor cover for when the heavens fall. Come, show me more.
But all the raids I've been trying to do to get the final bump over my, to level
To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift
90 on
and
my Dark
final.
Knight, so I
Its
can do the
fight
tank
as cold
stuff
as
for,
steel. To live by the sword is to die by the sword. There is time enough for regret in the flames of hell. Honed
But
is
yeah.
the blade that severs the villain's
it's like
head.
it knows that I am at that
Endless
tail
is
end.
the path that leads him from hell.
Not like I'm any better, though. I shouldn't really say much. I'm not a good tank. In fact, for the most part, I am a terrible tank. But I do know about using, you know, the abilities to reduce damage. I use those. And I try and watch my positioning. This one is, the, Stormblood. It's the final one of the, Final Fantasy Tactics one?
I have been called the God of Thunder.
No, you haven't.
Will now
I don't know who you are.
Why?
Upon
I've heard
my holy
of Ron
blade,
move.
the very world lies in balance. And now the scales will tip.
It's the Alliance raids. I know, right?
Come, show me more. A piteous display.
You're ready to watch
Were
people
you
run around with
expecting
chickens,
a modicum of rust?
like chickens with their heads cut off. Wait until the final battle of this.
You will find my defenses
We're
quite
all-
impenetrable.
All of the friends come out to play.
Escape is not so easily granted. They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come. Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain. You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. Hark! The screams of ruin rise above the storm's discord. Shudder not in her endless cold. Come, show me more. The clouds have parted,
There we go.
and the skies cleared. It is time I bade you farewell.
Ba 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 bum ba. Did it. In some form. Now let's wake myself up enough to maybe do this one. We're watching people. Wait. Okay, use this time. Yeah, this is the last one. For this one.
You shall rue the day you raised your eyes to the heavens.
This is far out I can zoom, but I think I could probably zoom out a bit more, but this is gonna be chicken with their head cut off levels. Just showing this out there. I've only ever had, and I've mostly run this as a healer, because my luck would have it be this way, but remains the only, like twice, that I have actually had my entire alliance side survive the first part of this fight. Twice. And it has nothing to do with my healing, because I can't heal those who aren't near me.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. Kneel before me.
So we gotta dodge those. Some of these, all these are bosses that we've had to face bits and pieces of before on each of the other raids. This is the final raid of the
Denizens
set.
of the abyss, from ink of blackest
So-
night, I summon you.
At one point, we have to dodge all their attacks. Okay, this side's the slower one. Then move over.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
This guy, one of his hands glows on the order, but he also summons these pillars, which he can cut and they can fall in any direction. It's falling that way. Already lost one.
Death awaits defiance.
All three of them, see? And this Doritos we need to stack. Hi, welcome to hell. How may I help you? It's on that side, it's on that side, it's on that side, it's on that side. Why is all the water coming this direction? That's what you need to survive.
Bear your steel. Simmer as the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence.
DPS check.
Your sins, your souls are undone. You will not intervene.
Is your DPS? How's your DPS doing? Are they all dead? Yes, then, good luck.
I am the only god. Few can claim to have endured the might of my will. Denizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Ink of blackest night, I summon you. It uses the wind. You gotta pay attention to the wind because it'll blow it over.
Before me.
I need to go over here. Start looking for that wrong thing.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
One.
Kneel before me. Denizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Okay, you got it. Okay.
Denizens of the Abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. Bend to my will.
Okay, then we need to put this. This is the final go. This is a maze that we cannot use our abilities in, and we're constantly attacked. Good luck.
Kneel before me.
And you have to get past a certain point until you can use your abilities again. And if you don't get up here fast enough, you die. Hey, so I know, right?
I see it now, in you.
There we go. Got it! Now I'm level 90. That is not bad looking at all, for the nameplate. Have I been able to get you? No. Probably not gonna get Rasma. Oh, come on, people, roll. Cool beans. And literally 6 minutes before my 15% bonus went away, so woo! Alright, back to Black Mage. The healer assures me that there's been no golem uprising. Oh, wait. Wrong voice that I was using. The healer assures me that there's been no golem uprising elsewhere, and since he clearly is too thick to tell a convincing lie, I'm inclined to believe him. This means we still have time to form a plan of attack. I do pride myself on my honesty, so I'll be honest with you when I say this. Your art is, to put it kindly, it's not looked fondly upon in our day and age, and your story stretches the limits of believability. We cannot stave off this calamity alone, but any entries you may make are not likely to find a receptive audience. I, on the other hand, have friends in positions of some provenance. I mean, yes, I did save the world, but anyways, I shall reach out to them and see what aid they're willing to offer. How charming. He actually thinks he might prove himself useful. In your spare time, might you not ask your astrologian friends if they have any recent calculations on the comet's path? I have no reason to doubt the accuracy of my own, of course, but I was working off 2 millennia-old data. As you wish. Forgive me for being so forward, but may I inquire too as the well-being of our mutual friend, Lalai? She is still in there somewhere, yes? Oh, she most certainly is. Worry not. The girl's consciousness is enjoying a short respite. Which reminds me, I really am due for a nap myself. Be a dear, and do not try and let things go to hells in my absence, will you? Chateau, the mother of the art that brought the great floods upon us, has she truly returned to deliver us from doom? The progenitor of our esteemed art has chosen me as her vessel in hopes of saving our world from a falling star. I can scarce imagine a greater honor. Come, Ishnai, we must put our minds together and figure out how we might do her bidding. Wait, Lali, if we take her words at face value, Shishato is only the realm's best interest at heart. And yet I, for one, remain skeptical. Which is not to say I doubt her intentions, or yours for that matter. And yet we speak of the founder of the very art which gave rise to the War of the Magi and the 6th umbral calamity. Could it not be even in seeking to save our realm, she like as not to destroy it? Blasphemy! Why, Lady Shato has long since passed when the war broke out. Only a blind, blustering halfwit would think to hold her responsible for, though, when I put it that way... I understand this. That is why I begrudge neither you nor her my aid, as it will serve to protect the realm's peace. At the same time, I intend to keep a close watch on her. One can never be too wary, after all. In any event, I will gather what knowledge I can of the threat we face, and I would be most grateful if you could do the same. Might I suggest speaking with your beastmen allies, if the idea has not already occurred to you, that is. I swear that man's head is made of harder stone than any golem. Well, sometimes we need people who are stubborn. Like us. At least he's cooperating with us, which is progress of some sort. In any event, I will reach out to our beastmen friends. I encourage you to return to your studies in the meantime. One thing is very clear. It is that the task ahead will test us to our very limits. Which reminds me, I was gonna check. I was gonna check something. I was gonna check about the beast quests for... what would be the fighting one for Endwalker. I haven't been touching the Zoomy ones. Land in hand. So it's the Oliphant people for the Endwalker ones. Good to know. Lalai? Lalai? Ah, Ishnai, I trust you have not been shirking your studies. Maybe. Mistress Chateau has expected much of us, and I would not disappoint her. I disappoint everybody I'm around, so, get in line. For my own part, I have called out to her intently time and again, with my mind in hopes of conveying any and all knowledge that might avail us staving off this impending disaster. Though she does not respond, I have the distinct sense she is listening in some way or another. Doubtless she will return when she sees fit. But in the meantime, we can ill afford to bide our time. And so I've taken the kitten's advice. I could just see the smug grin of his face as I say that, and reached out to our friends. Not a moment ago, a post-Moogle came by with a missive from our friend Daza of the 269th Order. As luck would have it, it seems he has knowledge that might serve us well. To wit, reports of recent sightings of rampaging golems. I would ask you to go ahead and see what he knows. I will call that holier-than-thou hearer and join you shortly. Not that I'm enamored by his company, far from it, but his insights have proven to be not altogether useless on occasion. I mean, that's a compliment if you got him. If he would only if only he were not so unbearably smug, the man might almost be. Oh, you were gonna say hot, right? I know you're. I'm just kidding. Were you not heading to Revenant's Toll to meet our friends, Ada? We are not exactly suffering from an overabundance of time, Ishnai. I will take my goddamn time, and it will be just fine. Okay, we're going to Mordo. And I'm actually gonna run and grab some eggnog. I will be right back. It'll only take a second. Or two. Back with eggnog, because, you know, 'tis the season. Yes, your choice on. Alright. Sniffle, sniffle. When the golems get tough, is the tough get going? Is that what the next quest name is going to be? Ishnai! It has been aeons, eras, ages, aeons! I heard the spirit of the legendary Shishato has come alive again inside Lalai. You know, it is Lalai at this point. I keep forgetting to say it correctly. But this could be Wondrous tale possibly be true? It indeed is indeed, friend Zada. She is a capricious type, though, and wakes only when she has the mind to. In fact, a fact that I have explained some 700 times to this mutton-headed hearer, who still insists beyond all reason that I should be able to summon her at will. You do discredit. You do me discredit, Lalai. I merely suggest that if there were some means by which we could summon Shishato to at our own convenience, rather than waiting for her to come forth of her own accord, might serve us in facing the dangers ahead. Summon her? You speak to the illustrious founder of my arts as though she was a mere serving girl. You will watch your tongue in the presence of your betters. Kitten, lest... I mean no disrespect. No, I do not deny the power of your art, nor can it do in the right hands. I am simply too stubborn and stupid to fully accept it. Oh well, I suppose none of us are perfect, myself excluded. Of course. 269th Order mit Kent Zada. Daza. I presume? Tell me you've seen or heard of this rampaging golem. Are my eyes to believe? Trusted, sworn by, believed? This is truly the great Shishato who stands before my eyes? Yes, yes, it must be. But of course, my lady. Yes, yes. Daza will tell all he knows. I saw a strange golem, odd, curious, strange, wandering in the tangle. And that is not all. It was no ordinary golem. No, no. But rather the same one I saw in a handed down from my forebearer, Dago. A golem of ancient whatever. One of my own creations? Why, that's simply inconceivable. I designed them to be utterly rampage-proof, and left copious instructions to ensure that my loyal apprentices and their apprentices and so on and so forth would see that they stay that way. Mayhap your followers were not so diligent in carrying out your orders after your passing. We all know of the chaos and destruction wreaked by the sorcerers during the War of the Magi. I suspect that poring over age-old documents on the upkeep of golems was the least of their concerns. Forgive me and my doubts, Lady Shatato. But you seem quite partial in your creations, and your countrymen. If we were to find ourselves locked in combat with the golem of do I have your assurance that you'll not hesitate to strike down our foe? You do not trust me. Trust us. This I know. I am not deaf to Lalai's ceaseless grumblings. So be it. If you cannot help being a simpleton no more than I can help being the greatest intellect of any era. That old coot, short-staff, told me what became of the Machi after my passing. When he communed with me a century ago, do you think I deny the senseless destruction caused by my descendants with the art I myself wrought, no less? Of course not, for I, unlike some of my present companions, am not a bloody fool. But even a fool must understand that a tool is only as good or as evil as she who would wield it. So answer me this. What could I possibly stand to gain from standing idly by as my own creations wreak havoc on the realm I once called home? I will grant there is some sense in what you say. In any event, we thank you for your assistance, Daza. Rest assured we will see to the rogue golems before any harm befalls you and yours. To the Tangle. Does that overdweller never lighten up? It must be so tiring, living every day carrying around a brain of solid stone. Burdensome, wearisome, tiring. I mean, if you're used to it. You can say that again, my synonym abusing friend. Ishnai, you know the man better than I, and for that I pity you. Is there nothing we can do to buy ourselves a moment's respite from his inane quibbling? What do you do? Whatever you do, suppose is bothering his puny mind. Mayhaps he works for Lalai. Yes, I have observed this as well. Smaller minds are quick to burden themselves with hand-wringing concern for the well-being of others, as if it were not evident by the girl's most capable caring of herself. In either event, if he insists on tagging... He has a crush on her too? Really? I suppose it would not hurt to win him over. If he insists on tagging along with us, I suppose it would not hurt to win him over. If only so he does not foul things up at the worst possible time. Anyhow, I do believe we have some golems to smite to oblivion. Yay! The Tangle, was it? I'll see you there, and do not try to get lost on the way. You're asking me to not get lost on the path of destruction? What do you think I am? A simpleton? Burn, baby, burn. Why am I suddenly sniffling so bad? Let me grab a... Yay for having a weak immune system. The chateau is full of mysteries, but one that baffles me the most is just what about Lolly's cap that she finds so disagreeable? Was there no custom of wearing headgear in her age? Well, when you're powerful enough, you can tell everybody to fuck off on what they decide to wear. These lands were far more dry and agreeable in my day, but I suppose much can change in 2 millennia, especially without me around to keep things in order. But this is no time to get caught up in nostalgia. We have golems to smash and search for. Not necessarily in that order, I suppose. Yes, I can sense particularly strong etheric energies coming from that direction. I will accompany Shitato to ensure that she remains focused on the task at hand. Might you survey the area south of here? These environs afford our foe no end of hiding spots, and I'm ill-inclined to walk into an ambush. I need to remember back to slide back into that smooth voice I have for her. Smoothie woothy. You look far and wide, but can discern no sign of golems, rampaging or otherwise. Return to the southern reaches of the Tangle and see how Shato and Kitten are faring their search. I'm just gonna call her Shadow. Now that I think about it. I'm also gonna go over here and destroy this thing real quick. Anyways. Then there was none. I guess I'm too high level to actually get anything out of that. Damn. Oh well. Back to That's a golem. It's a golem. Seems like you had a bit of problems there. If only this body was my own. I'd have raised that oversized block of stone to the ground. I suppose I should thank you for coming to my aid. Had I lost conscience in the midst of battle, and certainly, I would certainly have been done for, and poor Lalai with me. No, Lady... I feel like she's just manipulating him. Lady Shadow, it is I who owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not drawn the creature's initial strike, I surely would have met an inglorious end. But that is at least the least of my failings. It is my fault, mine alone, that we were caught unawares. Though it shames me to say so, my eyes were on you when they should have been watching out for our enemy. Who is the sorceress who wields such a frightful power? Does she truly mean to save our realm, or will she destroy it? These thoughts continue to haunt me, but no more. Seeing you risk your life for me, a humble hearer who you've just only met, I say this with no reservations. You are a paragon of virtue. No, she is not! A model of tall mages, white or black. Why, I do believe those are the most intelligent words you've heard you utter yet. Keep talking like that, and I might learn to tolerate your... Sorry, I didn't do the voice correctly. Why, I do believe those are the most intelligent words I've heard you utter yet. Keep talking like that, and I might yet learn to tolerate your presence. But if you think that means I'm going to give you your precious Lalai back, you best think again. We still have a falling star to fend off, do we not? My precious Lalai? I have not slightest idea what you might be implying. You wouldn't. Wouldn't, would you? Was it not your grand dream to see the white and the black, the arts of healing and destruction, united for a common good? So says Lalai, at the very least. Is the girl not an invaluable piece of the future you would realize? That's all and well and true, but invaluable and precious have two different connotations. Right. May have happened not in your time, but the meaning of the words evolved over time, you see, and... what I'm saying is, of course, Lalai is a friend and ally. But the same could be said of Ishnai here, and... Which is not to say I do not want to see her again. And of course, only that, and... Oh, never mind, I'll say keep digging that hole! Keep digging! At any rate, I do believe we've done all we can here. Lady Shadow, please forgive me for having doubted you. Henceforth, I promise I will aid you in whatever way I can. And with that, I do believe I must be off. Somewhere. One last thing, if I may, Lady Shadow. While you are awake and speaking with us, what becomes of Lalai's consciousness? That is to say... I didn't mean to hit that cat. What a curious question. She is slumbering in the recesses of her mind, much as I am when she is awake. But to answer your question, no. She is not listening. Though, we do have some rather stimulating conversations from time to time. If you like, I can share the details. No, I mean... No, never mind. I must really be getting off to... Right, that place I was going. Bet it's an epic place. Are all men in this era so odd? At any rate, I feel my consciousness beginning to wane. Lolly should be waking from slumber ere long, and I would return her to Udall before she does. I suggest you do the same. Your friend has much she wishes to discuss with you. Yeah.
FBI, open up!
Exactly, Maddox. Exactly. By the way, her name, the Black Mage, the reason why I decided to just call her Shadow is because that's basically what her name means. It's a gold Celtic tale. In fact, there's multiple names, like the queen that you fight at the end of the Void arc. Not the Void arc, but the Void raid quest line before Diablos that gets absorbed by Diablos. Both of those are the same character name in the legends. It's just according to the region that it's kind of a different phrasing, well, writing of the name. And the final raid in the set. Let me pull it up. Wrong thing. Dunskath, that means Shadow Castle. Or Castle of Shadows. Yeah, it gets sucked. Absolutely. And I went to the wrong location. I went to RPG Sex Capital of Final Fantasy XIV when I should have been gone to the, Yes, if you... Yes. There's an entire article on Kotaku about it, even. It's the sex capital of Final Fantasy XIV, yes. It's so bad that Kotaku even has a fucking article about it. I mean, actually touching people? Ew. Being around actual real people? Ew. I'll share it with you in Discord. In fact, we'll share it in stream if anybody wants to read the article about it. For research purposes, of course. Anyways. Absolutely. It's not something I've been in or done, but it's just so interesting to see what my minor when I was actually in college before I had to drop out was game design. And the social ability and what can be designed outside of what programmers originally planned for is just amazing. Welcome back, Ishnai. As you may have surmised, it is I, Lalai. Mistress Shadow has returned to her repose not moments ago. Before drifting off to slumber, she imparted to me some details regarding what she sees as the next phase of our task, to which she would have us venture forth further afield to investigate any golem menaces that may be stirring out of eyeshot. Speaking of menaces, whatever became of the stone-headed hearer? I suppose it's too much hope to give that Mistress Shadow finally set his robes alight? He has come to respect Lady Shadow. I dare say it took him long enough. Still, we cannot hold the man's ignorance against him. Not all of us are blessed with burgeoning intellects. Anyhow, I trust you will keep me informed of our hero friends exhibits any more impertinent behavior. I will think of a suitable retribution. Dare say putting him to sleep and hiding his glasses would send a clear message. And be rather amusing nonetheless. He likes being domed. That's what it sounds like. I am female and I still want to touch boobies. Does that have to do with the loneliness epidemic? No, but I still wanna. Anyhow, I would say the hero wants to be domed by her so bad, and Lolly wants to dom him so bad too. They just need to admit it for each other. Anyhow, I trust you'll keep me informed if our hero friends Alright, read that loud. In any event, I should return to my research, as should you. Shadow will doubtless call upon us before long, and our powers must be primed for the occasion. Well, my powers are already ready. Ishnai, the moment you entered the room, I could feel the air crackling with etheric energy. Excellent! Your diligence and your training will surely serve us well. I know, right? They're pillows for the cats, and then when they start needing them, I want to pull them off because, God, they always use their claws. And you come at the perfect time. Not a moment before you arrive, Shadow's voice called out to me from the recesses of my consciousness. She would have us begin to lay the groundwork for the final stage of her plan. Yeah, but touching any place that's not the boobs. As she made quite clear that we will require all the aid we can muster, I have taken the liberty of reaching out to our beastmen friends. They have convened at Kazak's residence in Burgundy Falls, where they await our arrival. Let us not keep them waiting. Unnatural selection. Pray, return to Camp Drybone. Okay, head pats are awesome too. Was does the first beastman to speak with Lady Shadow? Yes, surely he was. Is Shadow's favorite, her chosen, her prized, her favorite. I mean, to not merely forestall a falling star some 2,000 years hence, but project one's own memory in the future to forestall it? Truly the powers of Mistress Shadow are beyond the comprehensions of our ordinary minds. Great honor, tremendous honor, trembling with excitement and all dolls is. My friends, thank you for coming on such short. Mistress Chateau will have you know that she's most grateful for your cooperation. In fact, I do believe she will speak with you rather directly. I forgot to talk to Kitten over there. Well, it would have seemed the gang's all here. I dare say it's time we got this proverbial show on the road. Here, tell me you've made yourself useful since the last I saw your vapid face. Aye, Lady Shadow. According to my colleagues at the Eorzean Alliance, patrols have sighted an increasing number of rampant golems afield. Fortunately, none have posed a significant threat. Not at least not of yet. Which brings the matter of the comet. A colleague of mine at the observatorium has confirmed that it draws nears with each passing hour, though there's no immediate danger of collision if it stays on its present course. That it is too close for comfort, yes. Fortunately, as it is my wont, have a plan. I simply hope that you, my friends, are up to the task. If the hero speaks true, the golems have been causing trouble near the city-states have been more bark than bite. Felled with no difficulty by middling soldiers. From this I surmise that the gems set within them, their soul stones, have been small and of meager power at best. And yet, if my theory holds, a more sinister threat lurks in the realm's far reaches, far from the prodding eyes of Eorzean and beastmen alike. This is where we must go. Squawk! Protects Dozzle is profoundly, deeply perplexed. By people to do the work of people are golems created. To travel so far from their master's domains, these constructs have no reason. True, is it not? Hey, Stressful, how are you? Happy belated Thanksgiving to you too. I hope it went well with you. Well, I'll be a passably astute observation. But I fear your knowledge is lacking, my squawking friend. Golems come in all shapes and forms, and it is not all who are wrought by the hand of a mortal creator. Often, a gem of sufficient etheric power will attract all manner of matter, plant, mineral, and animal alike, spontaneously animating it, and giving rise to new life. With aught to guide them, these pharaoh golems rove and wander at will. It is these unpredictable specimens that pose the greatest danger. The larger the gem that serves as their soul stone, the greater their power, and the greater the threat when the comet draws nigh. It would appear our task is clear. Let us split up and hunt down these abominations. I shall join our beastmen friends and make for the west. I'll leave the eastern reaches up to the two of you. I trust you'll be able to defend for yourselves. As for the one matter in particular I ask you to investigate, my friends at the Alliance conveyed to me a most curious report, which Lady Shadow's words just now put in a rather different light. Over in Girbania, in the hamlet of Al-Ghana, villagers have claimed sightings of, in their words, trees that walk like men. Yes. Absolutely. You're correct, Apocalypse. These have gone entirely uninvestigated, written off as delusions and fantasies of superstitious common folk. But if Lady Shadow speaks true, which I do, they are golems beyond the slimmest shadow of a doubt. Worry not, for Ishnai and I will uproot them and reduce every last leaf and strip of bark to smoldering ash. Won't we, Ishnai? Yes! Burn! Fire! I mean, yes. Of course. I'll leave the particulars regarding the means of destructions to the experts. I have, however, procured a link pearl that we may better coordinate our efforts. Pray, take it with you. Just don't make me return to the waking sands. And with that, I do believe we prepared as we could hope to be. Let us be off, my friends. And remember, should aught go amiss, I am but a pearl link away. Call away. Oh, wow, really? No, I will not return! You know, they literally ended the whole thing with since they're re-releasing it on mobile, the Prey Return to the Waking Sands bullshit. And it's like, no! Please, no! A device that allows pretentious putting head to talk to me even if I'm 100 miles away. Far be it from me to scoff at technological progress, but some inventions really could have done without. I know, right? I mean, it sounds interesting. Are they gonna, like, use the old voice actors for it still? Or, like, do the voices for... with the new setup? And also, how the whole thing, like... how will it fit on my goddamn phone? Like, what are they gonna cut to get there? And why? Why do you need it on mobile? It's not like it carries over or anything. This isn't like a Genshin or Honkai Star Rail kind of thing. Then create a new Final Fantasy for it? How interesting. Well, Lalai have devolved into vermin-infested bog. Gerbanya is, if anything, looking more lively than I remember. Not that that's saying much, of course. But look at me, getting all nostalgic for no reason. After all, my body has long since returned to the dust, and soon even my memory will fade. But before that, we have a job to do, don't we? I can sense no unusual etheric presence here, so let us venture a bit further into the field. Come along now, Ishnai. That is my Genshin and Honkai Star Rail. Taking up all the space. Oh, yeah, I already grabbed it before stream, but thank you on that. I forgot it last week, though, and I was goddamn pissed off about it. Why would I buy and play a lesser version of a game that I already have played? I could understand maybe if more people don't really have a computer, but I mean, it's kind of... Alright, I hope you sleep well, Ash. I hope, your studying, especially with the finals coming up, goes well. Alright, yeah. Tell that to Blizzard. Did you come across any wood golems, Ishnai? As you can see, these two have the misfortune of coming upon little old me. But that is not all I saw. Yes, it was a most remarkable and most horrifying sight. Yeah, but then create a different game! Goodness! For new ones without a PC, true, but... they say they aren't going to monetize it in certain ways. I don't see where they think they're going to get money if they don't monetize it in certain ways that they've said that they haven't monetized in certain ways. Like it has it being an energy system and all this other stuff. After I delivered a mortal wound to one of the creatures, I saw an extended... log station. Maybe. Saw it extend a garled limb. and with it the last ounce of its strength, tried to rip the soul stone from its cohort's chest. Yes, it would seem these feral golems have no qualms about cannibalizing each other, which has led me to quite a frightening conclusion. To wit, oh, of all the... whatever that four-eyed fool wanted this time... Yes, if you have something to report, make it quick. What? Yes, it would be wise of you to make a discreet retreat. We'll do the same. We'll evaluate our options in light of the most troubling developments. Very well, I will join you at the observatorium shortly. Do gather all the information you can from your colleagues before I arrive. But how much are they gonna Mog station it up? Because there's only so much... Ugh, who knows. Gods be good. That hero's actually proven himself useful. True, it is a phone. Would seem he came up with a most startling scene and... Yeah, I know. So many microtransactions. Like, I'm thinking of, like, the Monster Hunter game that pisses me off to no end that's on the phone. I have my own theory as to what this means, but I require more knowledge before plotting our next step. One thing I can say is that we should immediately begin preparing for the worst. It was good, Fox. Does Final Fantasy XIV work on the Steam Decks? In any event, we must move, and quickly. You return to Burgundy Falls and apprise the beastmen of where we stand. I shall go on ahead to the Observatum and see what knowledge the astrologers have gleaned, and join you as soon as I am able. Oh yeah, it definitely was. Of course, I was half asleep and had to wake up and rewatch it to actually... half the jokes went over my head because I was so tired. And then it came back. You know, kind of thing. Reports. Okay, pray, return to Camp Drybone. Some funny videos are better left watched when you're awake. But yeah, it was funny when I finally was able to watch it when awake. And the bit that I was there for Rob's, it was awesome. Once again, I was... my brain was shutting off. Squawk! So we golems those never seen. A flutter in Zol's feathers. Squawk! Squawk! Not squawking correctly. Perhaps the golems are having a feast. A banquet. A revel. A feast! Though feasting on what? I'd rather not speculate. No, not thinking. Friends, comrades, brothers, sisters of the Black, we stand on the brink of a disaster most dire. Even as we speak, our foe grows in number. Beings of sentient stone and wood gather, summoned by an unknown force, Sauron, and united for a common purpose, a purpose beyond our understanding, to destroy everything. Beyond your understanding, perhaps, but not mine. The golems make for small. In Gerbanya, I witnessed a most unsettling sight. A golem with almost animal fury tearing into its cohort's chest. Disturbing as it was all too clear what I was witnessing. The creature sought a stronger soul stone, that it might augment its strength and prolong its own existence. But the power these creatures seek is not limited to that which they can harvest from their own kind. No, they are forever in search of a more potent etheric source, and they finally found one. The astrologians at the Observatum have confirmed my worst fears. The baleful star of our own past, slowly but exhilarating changing course, bringing it closer and closer to this star. It is as Lady Shadow says, the golems call out to it, beckoning it ever closer. So it's a sentient Lovecraftian horror. According to the latest calculations, any further adjustment to its path, and it is all but certain to strike Eorzea head-on. The baleful creatures would climb upon the highest peak of the land and summon their mother stone to bring disaster to our realm? Inconceivable! I mean, why not? And yet, it is just so, my friend. Unless we destroy the lot of them, a collision is all but inevitable. And yet, there are simply too many, and even if we could thin their ranks, they would regrow themselves and regroup in no time. So we are done for? Doomed? Defeated? Done for? No, because I already saved the star how many times, and we're gonna keep doing it again. Do not give up hope, my phonetic friend. Or do you forget that the most brilliant mind to ever walk the face of Eorzea stands with you? Allow me to propose a foolproof plan. Will you do absolutely nothing at all? For now, that is. We know the golems are feeding on each other in the pursuit of a greater and greater power. So why not sit back and let this process of unnatural selection take its course, till we are left with one single foe? Squawk! Out of her mind, Shadow is. Were that to happen, a creature of untold power and puissance. But I'm still calling it puissance. Golem would be. Quite so. It'll be the mother of all automata. No, I've already fought that lady and wished she'd step on me, but she didn't. The golem equivalent of yours, truly, if you will, and by definition of one of the most formidable foes our realm has seen. It is not. Fortunately, I do believe there is one among us who might stand half a chance against such a monstrosity. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. Damn it, she looked at me! Ishnai, Lady Shadow insists that you hold, nay, you are the key to this entire operation. Why, though? And no pressure. I'm not inclined to doubt her, but I would hear it from you, your own lips. No. Can you say with all certainty you'll emerge victorious over this hypothetical golem of mythical proportions? No. No. I thank you for your honesty, my friend. To tell the truth, I have my doubts as well. And yet, if we stand united, I believe that... Oh, so we already have the answer that it's still gonna be yes! And my doubts as well. And yet, if we stand united, I believe the victory is well within our grasp. Pray, let me offer you my strength, and together we might secure the future of our realm. I doubt Ishnai and I will have much need of your services, but do feel free to tag along. It would be my honor, and with that I should take my leave. I must warn the people of the nearby settlements to keep a wide berth of the Great Peak. Mayhap I'll even have occasion to smash a golem or two on my journey. Color me impressed, Ishnai. Your friends are proving more reliable by the minute. With that I shall return to the sacralum, for my grip on my consciousness grows more tenuous at the moment. Pray, return when you can, and speak with Lolly upon her awakening. Well, at least it isn't returning to the waking sands! You are ever our hope, a shining light against the baleful star that bears down upon us. Ever am I honored to call you friend. No pressure, though. No guilt tripping on this. We'll blast that golem to dust. Ashes, powder, dust. Yes, we will. But just between the two of us, I wonder, just how big do you think it will be? No clue. Crazy plans, Shadow devises, but crazy is just enough to work it, maybe. teleport back to Udo. Uda Uda Uda. Udada. Miners Guild. Ah, Ishnai, I have called out to Shadow, but to no avail. Nodachi is deep in slumber, gathering her strength for the battle to come. She did, however, leave a message for you. Slack not in your training, my puppet of destruction, for your powers will be tested as never before. That is not ominous in the least, now is it? In any event, I trust you will be up to the task. You shouldn't! I trust you have come prepared prepared yourself well. Our foe musters at Ank's shrine. The hour of our final confrontation is nigh. The hero and her beastmen friends are en route to the Forelands as we speak. I will join them with all haste. Come as soon as you are able. Shadow will be awaiting your arrival. One golem to rule them all. One ring to find a golem to find them. Golem to find them all in the darkness. Bind them! I fucked that up. Yes, I did. The golem will not grow too large, will it? I prefer foes to be more compact like myself. Tiny, puny, compact. To fell the fatal golems and cast away the baleful star from the sky. Whatever strength I can summon from within me is yours. Talk! None not fear does all limbs shake. With passion and acceleration for the battle to come. Great passion. Tremendous passion! Sure. Deep in the mountains, the golems feed on each other with brutal savagery, even as we speak. Their thirst for power nigh unquenchable. Why, thank you so much, Lolly. What with my own corporal form having long since faded to dust, 'tis an honor and pleasure to see my legacy carried on by women, men, and beastmen after my own... Oops. Was I just speaking aloud? You can stop gawking at any time now. Or have you forgotten we have an army of power-hungry golems bent on destroying our realm to dispose of? Fortunately, I have already formulated a perfect plan of attack. You three will see to the stragglers attempting to scale the mountain. I trust you can handle that much? The hero, Ishnai, and myself will scale the summit where the oversized augmented the words of golems will surely await us. If I be so bold, Lady Shadow, I would proffer a small amendment to this plan. Somhal, as you know, is a holy place to all dragons who call this place home. I am ill-inclined to wage battle without first obtaining their blessing. Elder Seedseer has told me that Ishnai has a friend among their kind. I mean, a lot of friends among their kind, but sure. May happen to be best if you sought counsel of this Vofnir before we proceed. Can't believe I'm saying this. That's hardly the worst idea I've heard today. After all, it could hardly hurt to add another powerful ally to our ranks. What are we waiting for, then? Lead the way. A master of the dark arts and a confidant of dragons. You never cease to surprise me, friend. It's a good thing we have you to preemptively clear up any potential misunderstandings. Well, I'm confident in my ability to eradicate any foe. Incinerating an entire dragon would leave an awful mess. An unholy minutes doth gather in our midst, threatening to summon doom from the heavens upon this realm. Such is thy plight. I too did sense the presence of an intruder in our sacred home. At first I was content to observe, but the danger hath grown too great. Warrior of warriors, if thou and thine would take up arms against our common foe, that thou dost have my blessing. Well, if that's a ringing endorsement, I've never heard one. Here, send more to our beastmen friends. We commence the operation at once. There's no time to lose, Ishnai. Let's make for the summit and dispose of the abomination that awaits us before the comet gets too close for comfort. Master... okay, same thing. I'll leave the removal to Truder in your capable hands. Of course. Understood. Pray, leave the rest to us. Lady Shadow, my colleague from the Observatum has confirmed your suspicions. On its current path, the falling star will sail wide of us, if by the slimmest margins. And yet, if that path shifts with every second, bringing us slowly but inexorably to the brink of calamity. Call it a hunch, but I do believe this imposing fellow might be responsible. Nah! Well, I'm glad to see the obvious hasn't escaped you. At any rate, our task is clear. You'd only reduce him to dust before he can summon his dear mother any closer. Yeah, Sephiroth, let's go. Well, Ishnai, if you're ready to stand alongside the greatest mage ever to live in a battle for very future of your world, look sharp. This is your time to shine. I mean, you're not Y'shtola. Ugh. Sorry, I'm concentrating. For once. For once in my life! Absolutely. Basically, the boss makes me move. I'm not moving any other way. And even if the boss does want me to move, it's my choice. Victory is ours. I only pray that it doesn't come too late. Perhaps if you had some black magic in your repertoire. But it is no matter. I have the utmost faith that Ishnai and my efforts were not in vain. Hey, Heidelin! Wanna do something? Hey, Heidelin! Wanna do something? Hey, Heidelin! Wanna do something? Light! The 12s have mercy. That looked tiny. Here it comes, and there it goes. And with that, my friends, I do believe you've been spared a most crushing fate. Ha! Ha! Stand tall, Ishnai. You and I have just saved the world. I mean, I've saved the universe, too. I suppose I should thank you as well, Hera, for doing the most remarkable job of not mucking everything up. And with that, I believe my work here is done. And while I'd left nothing more than to stay and savor our victory a bit longer, all good things must come to an end. Don't look sad now. With such promising protege to carry on my legacy, I can go to rest knowing that I did not mother the art of destruction in vain. You have seen our art wielded for the greatest of goods and the worst of evil. Having witnessed firsthand your powers and the sheer strength of your resolve, I gladly leave the future of our art in your hands. Walk the path well, Ishnai of the Black. That millennia from now, when we have long since faded to dim memory, those who follow in our footsteps may yet wield their prodigious powers against any who bring them harm to our far realm. Be proud, Ishnai. Having shared a mind with Mistress Shadow all this time, I can assure you the effusive praise does not come easily to her lips. I can scarcely believe she did me the honor of choosing my body as a vessel. Before meeting her in the flesh, in a manner of speaking, I assumed Death's handmaiden was far more than a witch obsessed with fire and destruction. It would seem my impression may have been an error. May have been? Does your prudish, peg-headed prejudice know no end? Charming as ever, I see. He likes it, though. He wants you to step on him. I dare say you could learn a thing or two from your esteemed forebearer on how to treat a gentleman. Oh, is that so? Ishnai, if you so happen to see any gentlemen around these parts, let me know. At any rate, we're done here. Let us leave this uncultured boor here to reflect a bit on how to treat a lady. Why is the autistic person over here going, what the fuck, you two? Just fuck already. I know not if our beastmen friends saw the comet across the sky, but they are doubtless eager to hear the tidings of our final battle. Let us go set their minds at ease. Our beastmen allies await us at eyeing tricks. We should share word of our triumph without delay. The presence hath lifted, the unholy intruder defiles these sacred grounds no more. Thou hast served well, child of man. I'm gonna be lazy. How lazy? I'm literally going to teleport down a single flight. I saw the comet sailing through the sky, hurling, shooting, sailing. You are safe. Yes, yes, you are. Squawk! Return from battle, those friends do. Safe from harm, you are. Many golems did come to scale the peaks, but they come no more, laid low by our magics. The heavens too are calm. I trust your battle with the great beast ended in victory. No. Just so, my friend. Not to boast, but even Lady Shadow was most impressed with our efforts. Does that not show so, Ishnai? 3 cheers for Shadow! 3 cheers for Ishnai! 3 cheers for the art of destruction! Huzzah! 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 Far be it for me to rain on your parade, but let us not forget that a healer in your ranks played at least a small part in your victory. Squawk! Happy day this is! Fly home to share the news with his brothers and sisters, Dolls will. You'll visit Dolls again to share magical learnings, yes? Till then, friend. I too must take my leave, but know that even when we are apart, we are always stand as one. Till next we meet, my friend. I too must return to Gridania to deliver my official report. I suppose this is farewell, at least for now. Well, don't let us keep you. Though, I was wondering if I'd express my gratitude to your colleagues at the Observatum, on behalf of Mistress Shadow, that is. Leave that to me. I fear not all my friends are so open-minded. If they were to learn that I allied myself with beastmen and practitioners of the dark arts, there's no telling what sort of twisted rumors might spread. Fear not, Lolly. You have my word as a healer... healer. I will do all I can to work towards the day when you and your fellows can stand proud and receive credit for all the good you have done. I could not bear to say this in his presence, but our hero friend has come quite far, wouldn't you say? I too would do everything in my power to make that day a reality. Fuck each other now! Come on! And with that, I do believe our job here is done. Shall we return to the Ciarfox? I think...
FBI, open up!
Hi, Apocalypse. I need to get up my physical range DPS. I think that's the one I'm going to mainly focus on for next week, hopefully. So that I can, get all the Endwalker roles done. The job roles or support, whatever. So I think that's the only other one that I'm missing. After I get the tank one done. Though I'm not sure, since they're so close together, which one I should do. Welcome back, Ishnai. Once again, I must express my gratitude for all you have done, as well as my profound respect. You have mastered our art to a degree that few of us has ever attained. While it is not like me to dwell on such matters, I was just reflecting on the hearer's words. Once again, the truth of the battle we waged will never be known to those we fought to save. Needless to say, we do not do what we do for accolades or glory. We do it because it must be done, and to sate our own intellectual curiosity. And yet, it doesn't sit well with me. No, I cannot just turn a blind eye when the deeds of my friends and mentors are swallowed by history, never again to see the light. When the day will come that we can emerge from the shadows, I cannot say. But for that day, and for the eyes of all who follow in our footsteps, I would put all I have seen to paper, just as Master Shortstock once did. Short stuff. All we have to do... Well, we have learned of our realm in the arcane, of course, but that is not all. I would write the bravery of our beastmen friends, and of a stubborn, self-important hearer, who against all odds proved himself a friend. Most of all, I would write of the illustrious founder of our glorious arts, and the adventurer who she would personally entrust to carry on her legacy. She shouldn't. Why, the only reason why I'm doing this is until I level it up to a point where I don't need to, where it's like 100. But I dare say the chapter will write itself. Will it, though? I mean... I hate myself and like to torture myself, but I don't think I hate myself and torture myself enough to actually do a Black Mage main. Knocking bar will fill every 30 seconds. Spell foul, tentaclously. But what exactly is foul? It deals unexpected damage to all. Damn! Okay. Alright. Okay, y'all. Dark Knight stuff or the Machina stuff? Or nobody picky? I'm not touching the summer stuff. Can't make me. Okay, let's go. No preference? Okay. Bum bum bum. We are going to the steel manufacturing. I might just do dancer all the way up to 90, I guess. But need to finish this stuff first. Ah, there you are, Ishnai. 'Twould seem there is tis not only Joy, but her father as well, who's vanished from the city. Socks? is out asking questions, but there are a few answers to be had. Rather than sit here on our hands while we wait for revelation, however, I would prefer we begin preparations for engagement alongside Haustrom Zamal. Time to shit you, pretty much. The Drowsbell has been struggling to restore the township of Falcon's Nest, an enterprise that has been interrupted time and time again by marauding Dravians. The signs, a steady trickle of scouting reports suggest the dragons are massing for a significant assault on the settlement. Its fortifications are not yet complete, and 'twould be the aim of the Allied operation to defend these half-finished structures from the ravages of the Horde. I expect House Halinair shall be positioned on the front lines of this conflict. Should we fight well, the dragons will be routed, and should we fight poorly, our reputation will suffer. From Lord... What, Lord Bastard? Is that what I went with for him as well? His perspective either is a victory. For the future of machinery, however, we cannot afford to cannot afford to fail. Thus, I have focused my energies towards designing an attachment that will improve our chance of success. Now, the problem, which I'm hoping you might help me solve, is the acquisition of suitable components. The swiftest way to create new technology is by repurposing the old. To that end, I would have you infiltrate Castrum Centri and salvage a goodly number of war machina parts. The Gallians there may have a dim view of your efforts to liberate their supplies. I see no problems with this. You say it like there's a problem. There isn't. Yeah, liberate. About to liberate them from their mortal coil at this rate. Oh. Done. Murder one! No. Right, over here. Absolutely. Don't know why they're even trying to stay in the area. I mean, they're probably only here because of, you know, we need them for hunting log or something like that, but I mean, really, story-wise, they should not be here. Even in this part of the game. We're not even talking about the fact that, you know, the Endwalker stuff. Just at the end of Realm Reborn, they lost this position. And retreated, if I remember correctly, because Gaius is missing and presumed dead, but he is not dead. You know, this is anime. Which, even if you see the person die in front of you, they're not dead yet. Except when they are. I need to come up with a better name for the jerk that's in this. Probably did, but I've completely forgotten because it's been a while. With Joy gone from the workshop, I have no one else whom I can entrust such duties. It is no simple task, I know, but I must have those components. Splendid! These parts will do so much to speed the construction of my invention. Now, if only Joy would return to us. Despite Célissoi's most earnest efforts, however, it would appear that his contacts in the broom have elected to spurn his inquiries. I sense an unseen hand and sizable purse behind the sudden rash resistance. Mayhaps if you were to ask after the old hunter's disappearance instead, then the broom inhabitants would be more forthcoming. Oh, the creaky old hunter? I heard he got himself paying work and saw his little girl get married on the same day. The husband said to be the brother of some famous carpenter and that don't need a job to get by. Who? You mean the one whose daughter called herself a husband in Falcon's Nest? He's probably there with her, ain't he? Befuddled commoner. Can't save you there. I am always befuddled. That old hunter fellow thought he left to start a new job someplace else. So he was always cursing about how his old wounds kept him from practicing his trade. But I suppose he found something new. Célissois. I never had heard a fellow commoner refuse to talk to me before. Is this what it feels like to be an outsider? Yes! Were you able to wring any information from the broom? A new job for him, and a new husband for his father in the Falcon's Nest. They've been taking a good number of laborers and such to help with the hound's restoration. Even a half-crippled old hunter might find some kind of work for himself there. Yes, my prospectometer points narrowly west. We shall head to the Falcon's Nest and seek out Joy and her father. She must be here somewhere. Any sign of her? Point. Oh, would you look at that? His lordship. What is she doing? I had a southern accent for her, didn't I? Joy, please. I only asked you to listen for a moment. Will you and your husband not consider working for me at the manufactory? I can't do that, my lordship. I can't be a machinist no more. It's best for everyone if I leave that life behind. What do you mean, best for everyone? Is that what is best for you? All I want for me is a simple life. One that doesn't cause problems for those who showed me such kindness. I'm glad we could talk this one last time, my lordship. I'll be praying that you and the machinists get the recognition you deserve. I always thought Joy was happiest when she had the stock of her flintlock in hand. Will she now sacrifice that happiness for the satisfaction of others? Or is it she never truly wished to be a machinist and merely suffered the training at my insistence? By arming the commoners, 'twas my intent to place them in equal footing with the nobles who seek to rule them. But caught in the throes of self-righteous ambition, mayhap I have treated them no better. Seems his lordship is having himself a crisis of faith. Might be as you can lend him some sympathetic ear, eh? I'll join you back to the workshop in a bit. There's something I want to look into first. Is he still here or did he go home? He went home. I am everybody's therapist, but nobody is mine. What do you think it feels for me, the hero of everybody who can't save everybody? At least those that matter to me. I have ran my prospectometer through all possible permeations, but the result always the same. We focus on preparations for the Allied operation. So we just give up on bringing Joy back? Should we fail House Drismal, then the reputation we built at the tourney will crumble to dust. We will have to begin again, brick by painful brick. A moment, me lord. I lingered behind in Valken's nest to see if I could find Joy's father, but he was nowhere to be found. I got a feeling something ain't right here. If Joy herself has no wish to be a machinist, then what more can I do? 'Tis not my place to meddle in her affairs. I see how it is. I thought you different than the other nobles, but you're all the same, only interested in helping the commoners as long as they're doing your bidding. I've had enough taking orders. It's time I went me own way. My grand plans for the future of machinistry, have they all been in vain? We have come so far. We have, you and I. Speaking of which, I had promised those components you brought me to build a new weapon. If not else, we can certainly make advances in the field of machinery. Such a tangible measure of progress cannot be ignored. Yes, my prospectometer is so overloaded with peripheral problems, I failed to see the practical evidence of our success. The path is steep and our steps are small, but that doesn't mean the destination is beyond us. I will ask much of you in the coming days, Ishnai. Note see that you are the most well-equipped machinist in the short history of machinery. I think he's missing the forest through the trees. I hope your firearm is loaded and ready, Ishnai. We've received our deployment orders from House Drismal. Several groups of Dravanians are converged on Falcon's Nest, and we've been tasked with eliminating the fiends gathered upon the Black Iron Bridge. Known as Asshat, and I unfortunately do, I won't put it past him to lure more foes into the narrow structure simply to overtax us. And we must needs overcome this assault without Joy's or Sua's, for that matter. He has yet to term since you stormed out the door. I will assemble our remaining machinists and head towards Falcon's Nest. Pray join us when you're as soon as you may. Okay, so it's another overheat one. Got it. Ishnai, I fear Silisa's Swaz. Departure has inspired his fellow to disregard my commands. You are the only machinist to answer my call to arms. In response to this insubordination, I've been forced to deploy what few soldiers we can spare, myself included. They even begged me to come along. Oh, wait, wrong accent. They even begged... It's a Scottish one. They even begged me to come along. And I've said for fighting bloody dragons ain't in me contract, so be paying me handsomely for the trouble. Is this House Halinair's entire company? You seem to be short a number of machinists. We are keeping our colleagues in reserve. For an operation such as this, we need field only Ishnai, the fondest machinists in our ranks. Your confidence is truly inspiring. Thankfully, however, there are few enemies threatening the Black Iron Bridge, even with their sparse number. I dare say you shan't be sorely pressed. Suiswa, have you come to fight with us? It all depends on you, me lord. We found Joy's father. He's been held prisoner in the broom. Held prisoner? You suspect this is some matter of coercion? Aye, we reckoned they'd been targeting Joy for a while. Her dad vanished right after he landed a job here in Falcon's Nest. Then Joy suddenly up and wedded the brother of a carpenter working in the fortifications. As to Mel's behind this, or I'm a Chocobo's third cousin. Asshat, you cad. It's asshat now, I guess. It's not too late. If we break her dad out, then Joy can abandon her farce of a marriage and come back to the manufactory where she belongs. But the bridge, the Dervanians... Go. Joy's a machinist. As the manufactory chief, it's your duty to attend to your employees. My knights and I shall march for House Halinair. Bah, you needn't worry. They've got yours truly fighting beside them. Go and help the boss, Ishnai. If Ishnai goes, then I'll stay behind. We promised machinists to the Jamals, and we don't want to break our word now, do we? Just one shall be enough. Thank you. Thank you all. We shall include this matter with the greatest of haste, and return as swiftly as we may. You're one of our manufacturer's machinists in the brooms. He'll show you where Joy's dad's being held. Okay. We go back and forth. Yes, we do. We go back and forth to Foundation. Yes, we do. A joyful reunion. Ha! Quest name. Ha! Puns abound! I really shouldn't make jokes about puns. I use them all the time. Because I'm punny. Silaswa said you'd come. The chiefs will draw too much attention, so we asked them to wait at the workshop till we're ready to act. Joy's dad is right there behind the door over there. We just need to convince the bloke standing guard to open it. He doesn't exactly look the stoic type, though, so a select shot ought to have him pissing his trousers. We need watch. Step out or bash your brains in. Ow! What did the... You shot me! Please, I ain't done nothing wrong. Some fancy flop dropped a pouch in front of me lap and told me to guard the door. I swear, that's all I know. How much did he pay you? Not enough to die over, me lord! Please don't shoot me again. 'Twas not my intent to threaten you. We merely wish you to release the man behind yonder door. Should you fear for the vengeance of your employer, you are welcome to take shelter at the manufactory. In fact, why not be a machinist? Then you need not take another such a savory job again. You're offering me work, my lord? Aye, I'll let that bloke out for that. Hills, I'll carry him across the city and then back for a steady wage. Lord Stephen, me humble thanks. You've been locked away for quite some time, poor man. Do you know who did this to you or why? I ain't not the faintest idea, me lord. I was hired by hostages Val to work on their walls. When I went to join the crew headed out for Falcon's Nest, some bastard, begging your pardon, me lord, slipped a sack over me head and carried me away. I just a broken old hunter. I ain't got money for ransom, nor does me family. Got to thinking they maybe nabbed the wrong bloke. Then you weren't aware that Joy was wed, or that she resigned from her position at both the manor and the manufactory. She got married and quit? Why'd she do a foolish thing like that? I've never seen her happier than when she's slinging one of them flintlocks. Ah, so that's why they took me. They were blackmailing me, little Joy. There ain't no way she'd just up and marry some bloke that wouldn't let her stay at the workshop. Then she was a machinist by her own choice. I am so glad to hear that. 'Tis time we liberate your daughter from her false union. When she sees you are safe, I do not envy the man who pretends at the role of her husband. I want to see! I knew you would set things right, me lord. You take care of Joy, I'll let the rest of the machinists that they can come back to work. Alright then, lad, you come with me. I wish we'll speak with Joy and unravel this nonsense. You, however, must take haste to the Black Iron Bridge. I'll lend you your barrel to the battle. I seem to be going back and forth suddenly. A free teleport for a poor sword like me? Please, sir. Please, sir, I want some more. Please. Flight. I'm not here for that. Guns! I have guns! Let's go! Look at me go! Look at me go! About time you got back. You found Joey's dad, then. Good! Now it's up to the boss to bring her back. The fighting has been fierce. Master Ross has injured while he gallantly intercepted a swipe meant to remove my head. Bah! That's a noble way of saying I tripped over its bloody tail and stumbled into the blow. Eddie Road, you have to take me base in the front lines and do it soon. For these Dante knights get their asses handed to them. Ours is handed to them. Duty complete. You're missing a few mates, but you took care of our business. Not that I expected less from one of me star students. A star indeed. Your arrival was a gift from the heavens. I know, right? Now, kneel before me, your god. We have a friend. Lord, aim, fire! I don't know who did that. I decided to add an accent to it just in case. How could I not hear that? How'd you like that, you scaly beast? Great scaly bastard. Wrong accent. Oh well, fuck it. I'm going with that accent now. She's so goddamn hot! I'm afraid I've caused a great deal of trouble for you all. Thanks for rescuing me, Dad. It was no trouble at all for such a fine employee. As you are now wed, I understand that you may not wish to resume your duties at the manor. But have you considered my son's offer that you and your husband come to work at the manufactory? Me husband and me made agreement to part ways. If it pleases me, Lord, I'd like to start working again at the workshop and the men are both. Me husband. Joy, my dear, you're most welcome, of course. Neither the manor nor the manufactory have been the same without you. Me lordship, I don't know how to... I'm going anywhere and everywhere with their accents. That is to say, I need to go back to the dwarf place and do it in the... to do the tribe quest there. I'm glad to be back. I can't switch between accents that much. I see that even for the much diminished House of Hodelair, a handful of dragons pose no threat. I shall find a more significant challenge for your next outing. 'Twould seem that you still do not understand that a knight is the master of the battlefield. That was far more than a handful of dragons, asshat. Do you think us blind? We know who was working against the manufactory. We know whose underhanded villainy forced Joy into wedlock. What are you implying? You speak as if I recall the names of your low-born servants, or even hold the slightest interest in their common unions. Now, if you'll excuse me, my lords. Bum, 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 dun, dun. Oh, I can't talk to the others. Damn it, that man and his arrogance! My prospector meteor and I shall return to remain vigilant, that we may defeat asshat's trickery at every turn. The accolades for this triumph, however, must go to you, Ishnai. The bridge is clear, and joy is returned to us. I was afraid I'd seen the last of the manufactory. Thank you again for the warm welcome home. I never felt as whole as I did after joining the ranks of the Machinus. I had to tell him his lordship I was quitting. It felt like I was leaving part of me soul behind. That's when I realized, to me, being a machinist is more than just firing a weapon. It's a way of connecting to another side of myself. Well, now that you're connected again, I don't know why I'm jumping between so many different accents. You can go back to working on your shooting and your swearing. And there's also a small matter of our delayed tourney celebration. If it pleases me, Lordship, I'd like to do some training instead. I feel the need to shoot off 10 score bullets or so. Of course, we all celebrate in our own way. Fire at will, my dear. I, for one, am eager for a stiff drink back at the manufactory. Oh, next week, on Thursday, it probably will be both a bit of, Genshin and, Coral Island. So when I finish whatever I'm doing with the Genshin thing, I'll switch over to Coral Island. To do the Night Clan stuff. Night Winds Clan stuff. But let me do this before I forget. Just actually go up to the dwarf thing in Tomura. Since it's a weekly thing. Oh, shall I do it as... Go back to being a red mage. Blurry, my pretties! All the way down here. How to catch an automaton. The decisive dwarf regards you with the steely determination of someone who's about to ask a favor. Who'd have thought? Ah, yes, Jürgen. Thanks to you, we now got a good lot of autonomous helping us out, but we could still do with more. If you're not too busy, do you think you could retrieve another Ironbeard for us? Rest assured, you won't be doing it alone this time. I'm going to retrieve one too. When we're done, let's meet back here. Happy deactivating. I'm gonna do myself a favor on that. Okay. Mostly designed so it wouldn't kill it before I could, you know, sack it. Whew, it was rough going, even with your example, but I managed to shut down an automaton at the end. How about you? No problem. Great, with these 2 additional units in our duty, I'll be able to spend more time I'll be able to spend more time doing things that automata can't do for the rebuilding. Yes, that's it. Thanks to you, I found something I could do for Kormra. But as helpful as you are, it won't be due to rely on you forever. No, from this point on, I want to make sure I can get on by with my own when the time comes. There might be some others who could use a hand, though, so you ought to talk to the chief. Thanks again, and be seeing you about. Am I almost finished with the weeklies for this? No? Huh. Lala, we done it all. Ishnai? Jump between accents. We've restored Kormara to the way it was. Just goes for grog. Lots of it. We're gonna do something about the mayor or whoever, chief, acting strange. Ah, but before I jinx myself steely, I should put this in surer hands. It's another recording device for Knog. After all this time, we still don't know where the lad is. But I hope he'll return soon so we can marvel at the fine work we've done into it with our village. And speaking of returning, could you come with me, Ishnai? There's something else I want to tell you. Some days ago, Glog suddenly vanished from the village. I rounded up a crew of miners and we set out to find him. His trail led us deep into the machine's base inside the crater, to the place where we encountered the strange white orb. And it was there we found Glog, lying face down and unmoving. We rushed to his aid, but before we could so much as roll him over, he got up and proceeded to walk off in the direction of the village, as if we weren't there, as if nothing had happened. Since then, Glog's been back to his normal self, as far as anyone can tell at that rate. We've no idea what brought on those bursts of strange behavior. Perhaps the man had too much to drink. Perhaps it was something else. But whatever it was, we've decided to keep things quiet and leave well enough alone. You're one of the few privy to the situation, so I thought I would let you know how it ended. I also want to thank you again. You truly have the beard of gold, Ishnai, and we wouldn't have been able to rebuild our village without you. And the way I see it, this place is as much as your home as ours. Well, build a teleportation thing for me, please. So no matter where you go, you'll know you'll always have a tankard of ale waiting for you here. You obtain a message. Yep, Knog. Message from Knog 6. For as long as I can remember, it's always been just the two of us. Hardly anyone even bothered to be kind to us. But we always had each other. When I was with Knog, there was nothing to fear. What my sister wanted most was to get revenge on the world that had done this to us. I can't accept that world got her first. I won't. Your work in restoring Komora to its former glory may have finished, but the Chief's not quite done with you yet. Oh no. Lolly, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Karma is looking like its old self again, and better if we're honest. You can say that for yourself though, so let me tell you something you don't know. I heard that automaton of Dwarven make has been spotted around Umora of late. Signature frog motif and all. Now, where would these city folks have gotten their hands on artistry like that? We certainly haven't been peddling to outsiders, you aside. I can think of one dwarf who might be, though. One with the right skills, and a little else to his name. If it is Canuck, well, I have a lot to say to him. I'm sorry, for starters. And it'd be nice to see how far we've come, the new Kamara. I'd like to think he'd be happy here. Anyway, seeing that you're the worldly sort, I doubt you'll have find much trouble picking up his trail in Yulmur. Tell me when you find, so you're making me go all the way the fuck over there, and then I have to fly all the way the fuck back, and then... Well, I do have some tombstones I need buying, but I don't know what exactly I'd buy them for. So I think I forgot. Leveled this up, but didn't. Yep. I hate it. Oh, I didn't get the feat for it yet. Well. We're gonna be teleporting to a few places! I also like the guillotine's shape, so I'm gonna probably keep it. Come on. Alright. Back and forth, back and forth. I teleport, back and forth, I teleport, back and forth. Boucher. I've got gold. I've got jewels. I've got gold-plated jewels. I don't think there's many those. Not interested in my wares? Pretty. I'll say, these are no longer really rich people. I did see a dwarf in black, though, yes. An odd little fellow. Came selling one of those gog contraptions. Not quite to my personal taste, but a rare find to be sure. He placed an order as well. Paid in advance. Say, if you're looking for the chap anyways, would you save me some time and take it to him? You are trusting me out of nowhere. But then again, people know me here at Yulmore. He mentioned he was sleeping down at the Derek's. An odd lad, as I said. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the place, but fortunately he drew a map to his preferred hovel. Good. That's not a map. That's a letter. Poignant that it's raining. I don't remember if it's raining actually in-game, in the sense of... Perfect timing. Just a little longer. Oh, wrong accent. Just wait a little longer. With the machine's technology, I can bring you back. I will. I'll make it work. I will. I will. I can't. Don't know what accent I'm going with that. I can't. I don't know what accent I'm going with on this one. I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. I can't. Sweetie! Look, I can't do this. I can't live in a world without you. I can't. Teasing delusions. You're such a crybaby. A knock? Did on and, well, suffice to say I'm back. Thanks to your hard work and my innate genius, of course. I had nowhere to go. I'm all alone. That was before. You have me now. And don't you dare say we've got nowhere to go. There's a whole world waiting for us, Gnog. Did he kill himself? Or that's just one of those, you know, the guy who creates Nier not really answering any questions. Allied with Kronk Elemental. That's all it summons, I guess, for Summoner? I don't know. Gaia. Uh... Wait, these are all server realms. They're who chose which one? Who chose which side? When there's questions on choosing certain things. I get it now. Most people chose with Og. I bet the looks of it. Oh, I'm sorry, Knog. Your sister wins. Your sister keeps being 69. Horror, Dark Apocalypse. The end. So he never existed to begin with. Except for the hat. He never existed to begin with. You know, this music doesn't quite fit how you... this music feels off! Now flying all the way the fuck back there. And then, while flying there. Lalai, don't keep me in suspense. Did you find Canog? I found his workshop, but I don't know where he's gone. That's disappointing. Still, I appreciate you letting me know the same. What do you have there? Some sort of kind of fancy mead? Canog. But what's this for? Aside from the obvious, I mean. I think he'd appreciate if he passed it on to the woman who was injured. I will. I only wish it hadn't turned out like this. What happened in the village was bad enough. Then everyone was at the other's throats, and Canog and Og were gone. Don't even get me started on the Glag debacle. I keep turning it all over in my mind, and I see nothing but mistakes we made. And I wonder, how can any of us be sure that we won't make a mess of things again? You don't. Maybe we can't. Maybe we could just try to remember every single day how bloody wrong we probably are. And we learn to live with that. Maybe that's the only answer we get. Inner truth. Cool. Alright, got that done. I didn't mean to hit terrible to the affirmative defendment. Let me out, let me out, let me out. Go to the Forgotten Night. Alright, I'm switching to Dark Knight so I can switch my weapon in the glamour set. Oh, right. Have to repair the goddamn thing. I don't know, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Kind of looks cool. Kinda. No. Anyways, back to Machinist. Yep. Back to being a Machinist, woo! Oy. I'd like to say I know why I'm so tired. It's maybe because I did a 10-hour stream I was not expecting. Once more, you've proven your worth to the Machinists and the House Hollinaire. As for Lord Asshat, I had my suspicions, but now it seems abundantly clear that he has been behind every mishap and misfortune to befall the manufactory. Despite his knavery, however, our success in the field will not have escaped the notice of the Holy See. Well, I already murdered the Holy See. As our reputation grows, so too does Asshat's ire. We had best be on our guard. Oh, did you hear? During his skirmish with the dragons, Ross developed a new technique. He was adamant that I pass it on the particulars to you. So he had to get hit in the head for this? Stefan's in the cheerful mood. Greetings, Ishnai. It is not a wonderful day to be a Machinist. Lord Stefan de Hollinaire, you and the steel manufacturing employees are under your authority hereby charged with fomenting insurrection. Insurrection, my dear sir. I have fomented nothing of the sort. You stand accused of arming commoners with the weapons of war and discharging said weapons within the locality of the Broom. Well, it's a title that can be run by many other people. Ah, that little scene when the liberated Joy's father. Henceforth, the manufactory shall remain under the Temple Knight surveillance. Should you fail to review the obligations against you within the allotted time, punishment may include seizure of your workshop and imprisonment for all those deemed accomplices to the crime. Oh, you think you could imprison me? You're adorable. The fairy take that smirking fox. No, he's not a fox! He's not a fox! I disown him! Asshat knew we would attempt to rescue. Once they set their sights on the summit, the Temple Knights are like, once they set their sights on something, then the Temple Knights are like a bandersnatch with a bone. You best say goodbye to your workshop, because I've forgotten which accent to do, which is the Irish, Scottish one. They're not They will not take my manufactory. I will think of something. I mean, I could go talk to Emmerich, but you won't use that logical route. Or I could go talk to Lord, Fauchamps and see what he could do for his foster daughter. How could they twist me that risky into an act of insurrection? Because they're bastards. That asshat bastard is always 2 steps ahead. It is difficult to prove the truth of something one has not done. Perhaps the wiser course would be to prove evidence of asshat's wrongdoing. He is a clever bastard, though, that's one. You might try. Ah, but I best not overstep me bounds. The contract's almost done in any case, and I'll be moving on no matter what happens to the workshop. Our instructor sure doesn't like getting involved. As for me, I can see if I can find any strings connecting House Drasmal to their crimes. The Forgotten Knight should be a good place to start. Yeah, why not ask the Taru to help? I don't know what I'd do without the workshop. I'll see if I can get some folks talking. And that leaves you and me, Ishnai. You enjoy keep making lovely eyes at each other, not between you and me, even though you're hot. I believe I shall remain here in the manufactory to occupy the gaze of the Temple Knights, while you aid Ciarfox with his inquiries. Though I will not doubt. I will not say anything else. The Joy is hot also, but... Oh look, the Forgotten Knight, where I just fucking was. I appreciate you coming out, Ishnai. It's a bit hard planning out in the workshop with the Temple Knights eyeballing our every move. We should talk freely in here, though. Do you recall that bloke that was standing guard over Joy's dad? Aye, Fredox is his name. He took the marksmanship with a passion and hadn't missed a single day of training, not until today. I got suspicious, of course, and decided to visit a home. Right away, you could see the door had been kicked in, so I went inside and had me a proper look. That's when I found a ragged feather just lying on the floor amidst bits of broken furniture. If I wanted to keep my hands clean, then I ought to hire some thugs from out of town to do for poor Felixol. Thugs might otherwise make a poor living poaching wild chocobos. So I just should talk to Lord Stiffen about taking a trip out to Tailfeather. I'll keep poking around here in the city and see what else crawls out to the stonework. Oi, oi. I don't know. Should I start calling him Dog's Balls? Easily snipped. This may be our best lead. If we can track down the man who employed Flexaw, then we can have a solid link to the House Drasmal. Let us waste no more time. Onward to the Dervanian Forelands and to Tailfeather. Good news, Ishnai. I've spoken to some of the few hunter fellows, and they told me of a trio of ruffians that passed through here dragging a man that matches Fraxol's description. We shall scour the forest to the south, if you will look to the north. Do not wait for us. Should you find these ruffians, then pray confront them ere Fraxol comes to further harm. How did you find me? No witnesses. Cuts this one's throat as well. Did you really take him all the way out here just to kill him? Wretched lapdog. My thanks. I did not expect to see another dawn. Freto, Yox, Swa. No leaking blood, are you? Splendid. You gave us quite the scare. Forgive me, lord. Those men, they dragged me from my home. Said they'd hurt me if I didn't swear false witness to the Temple Knights. You were forced to subtend their accusations? Then you merely need withdraw your testimony to strengthen our position. 'Twould be a boon if we were also to provide some matter of physical evidence. A seal of the House Drimswell would explain how the ruffians who snatched Freyswall were able to enter the city without challenge. Aye, this shall do nicely. I am truly sorry, my lord. All it took was a little beating for me to repay your kindness with betrayal. I'll never darken your doorstep again. What nonsense. You hardly had a choice in the matter. Continue your training at the manufactory. However, you'll become more than a match for thugs such as these. Even without a noble's wealth or prestige, a common man can earn himself independence. Yes, see that the Machinist's firearm is more than just shooting dragons. It can help set you free. His lordship's vision will change Ishgard for better. Come with us, Freyswall. Become the shield, the spear and shield that our city needs. I like that. I like to feel like I'm worth something. Wouldn't we all? We all make mistakes, my dear fellow. The trick is to learn from them, and rise stronger than from every defeat. Come, let us return to the manufactory. Wrong thing. Let's go to the manufactory. I am making noises. The tables have turned, my friend. I've submitted the evidence you found to the Temple Knights. With the aid of Freyswall's new testimony, we have enough proof to lodge a counter-accusation against, dog's balls? The wheels of justice have begun to turn, and we shall soon be free of these baseless suspicions. In the meantime, Ross has requested that I instruct you to remember your bleeding, practice drills, charming fellow. You hired him. Stefan is frustrated by the lack of movement of events by the wheels of justice. Ishnai, I trusted your trading fares well. I have heard not of the fate of the manufactory and would welcome fair news from any quarter. Bad news, me lordship. We talked to a clerk that works at the congregation and says the accusation against the workshop ain't been lifted yet. What's worse is they ain't inclined to pursue your case against Dole Expose neither. I do not understand. When I presented my evidence to the Temple Knights, the officer in charge seemed convinced of our innocence. Haha, my dear naive Stefan. Truth is dictated by the victor. One most skilled in strategy. One most adept in maneuvering. One such as me. How dare you show your face into my manufactory? Have you no shame at all? Shame? Why would you be the one who submitted a forgery of my house's seal in an attempt to deflect your obvious guilt? Upon review of the evidence, however, the Temple Knights shall soon rule in my favor. But our sources were impeachable. Our innocence was all but proven. A twisted, altered testimony of a commoner is hardly impeachable. And you cannot deny the claims that the ailing House Hardenay has been arming lowborns and inciting them to seize their independence. We all heard the shots fired within the city walls. You would twist and corrupt everything we've worked for. As I said, such is the privilege of the victor. If you wish, I might even be willing to teach you how to bend this situation to your advantage. We shall do well enough on our own. Now exit my manufactory ere you find your shining armor doused with machine oil. You would spurn my generous advice. Will you truly surrender your last chance to demonstrate House Hollandair's unswerving devotion to Ishgard's prosperity? There is a beast that's been harassing our supply train of late, a menace that the Holy See greatly desires to see put down. Even cloistered here amongst your scrap-covered benches, you must have heard the tales of the fearsome, Verysilin. Verysilin? The same dragon that the Order of Knights Dragoon has failed to slay time again? I mean, good thing I'm not a part of that. It means to make a bloody show of ye, boss. The Holy See has agreed to abolish your trial in exchange for the dragon's death. Pray, send word when you're prepared to face Verysilin. I shall organize for a priest to be present to provide you with suitable bait. Me lordship, what do we do? I'll just confess it was me that was firing me weapon. You shouldn't have to have any trouble laying the blame on a drunken outsider, especially one who's known for his vicious crimes. That ought to get you off the insurrection charges, at least. No, you cannot do such a thing. I've lived half my life in a ship's cabin, and a prison cell ain't much smaller. You can pay me for the time in the brig after they let me out. They won't. They'll kill you. Stop him, me lordship. By the fairy, that man's full of surprises. My prospective media is not to say in this eventuality. I cannot allow our instructor to sacrifice himself for the manufactory. We have no choice but to accept Dogspall's impossible challenge. I think it's quite possible, but I fear Ross will not be convinced unless we have a chance to defeat Verysilin. I do have a Machinist Marvel in mind that might just do the trick. Its implementation, however, will require a number of clear lightning crystals, like the ones found in the Sea of Clouds. It is said that the Vanu store such crystals for use for their tribal ceremonies. Pray, steal into Oke Vanu and lighten their baskets a touch. Surely they won't miss a handful or two. Sure. Cat. What you doing, kitty kitty? What you doing? You're looking innocent, but I feel like you've been doing something behind my back. Oh, you brought me your toy. That's what. Okay. 1 second. I'll do it for you. That doesn't mean you come back up here on the keyboard, though. Flying over here. Don't knock that over, cat. Yeah, we go back to... We go back. For a machinist marvel I have in mind, I need to clear... Yeah, I know. I have it. The ethereal balance of this crystal is tipped completely to the element's lightning. Not a single trace of any other 5 elements can be detected. The Vanu keep crystals such as these under lock and key, bringing them forth only for tribal ceremonies. Ah yes, these are wonderful specimens. These crystals shall allow me to broaden the capabilities of your ethereal transformer via a more efficient process of energy conversion. I only hope it'll be impressive enough to convince our instructor to abandon his foolish course. I can drill things now. Word on the situation with Ross. One of our machinists has just returned to report the situation with Ross and all. It would seem that Joy and some fellow colleagues have caught up to him in the pillars. Pray, make your way to the scene and persuade the instructor to stand down. Okay, I'll shoot him in the knees. He won't be standing anymore. Ishnai, you've got to stop him! Should have known you'd be along. Now back off before I teach the stone the meaning of point to blink. I'm talking to you as well, Joy. Step aside. Oh, bloody well, don't step aside. Ishnai, take the fight out of him with a slug shot if you please. So that's gonna be how it's gonna be, eh? Come on then, we'll see who shoots first. Oops. Bloody hills, that was fast. Your students have ever strived to impress you, Ross. 'Tis thanks to Ishnai's diligence that I was able to once more improve the tools of our trade. Even Versilin cannot stand up against the advances that we have made in both technique and technology. You must have the faith that our machinists will prevail. Though I appreciate your eagerness to occupy a cell on my behalf, such a sacrifice will not halt Dogball's crusade against the manufactory. Aye, you may be right about that. He's right about more than just that. You've got to stop underestimating what we're capable of. I keep forgetting what a stubborn old lot I'm dealing with. And you're the ones who challenge the very stones what Ishgard was built on. Alright, I won't give myself up. On one condition. All the talks of contracts aside, you let me help this fight against Versilin Nightmare. You've always sought to avoid such entanglements before. What has changed? It's a matter of penance. Back when I was still in charge at the Curtis, I lied to my subordinates instead of serving the theocracy. I and the lads working with me to further my own agenda, came apart though, and when I sent a glut of them to die off in battle they had no business being in. And me eyes on the admiral's chair, see? But what kind of admiral would do that? It was reckless and selfish and got a lot of good people killed. After they stripped me on a drink, I drowned myself in drink and took up the life of the worst kind of pirate. That soldier I tried to visit in Camp Overlook was one of me lads who survived. I've been sending them every coin I can spare to pay back me bloody debt, but there ain't enough guilt in the world that could buy off me guilt. And now, years later, I see the chance to undo the wrong I've done. A bunch of me students plan to charge into a situation they got no business being in, and I plan to see them come out of it alive. Oh, we don't need you. We'll come out of it alive without you. Well then, consider yourself invited to the battle. Come, lead us in a pre-battle drill, Ross. Well, I also have a drill. Once more, your skills at fire alarms, yes, fire alarms, woo! Firearms has rescued the manufactory from peril. Let us head back there, and shall we? My voice is already going. Grab another cough drop. Back to the manufactory. Ah, Ishnai, there you are. I have sent word of our decision to dog balls. Even with the instructor's added firepower, however, I fear this challenge will test our very limits. Ross has vowed to stay with us, regardless of the term of his contract, until the sins of his past have been washed away in Versilden's blood. I mean, that seems like a very arbitrary choice that has to be the only way that you... But anyways. Let us then take advantage of every moment we have until now, from now until the battle, to hone our skills to Razor's Edge. The day has been chosen for our trial against Versilin. More than any that has come before, this battle shall be pivotal in deciding the future of the manufactory and both. Thus we march forth to meet our fate. I will hold a celebration in honor of all that we have accomplished. As it has become customary, however, the principal players are nowhere to be found. Pray! Head out into the city, seek out Joy, Ross, and Celiswa, and my father. Rise of the Machinists! Not Rise of the Machines. Don't get those confused. I'll hit that right now, but before you do, Ishnai, I wanted to thank you again for helping me find my way. I just got myself back to where I belong, and I ain't gonna give up the workshop a second time. On a side note, this kind of was a problem with Genshin, and I know that's just me being talking here. We know other powerful people within the city. And why the fuck are we going and turning and looking at them and saying, can you help us with this situation? It's kind of like I'm sitting there saying, like the whole dancer lady quest in Genshin. I'm quite sure if Nahida was told or informed of what was happening, she might say something on the other hand, and being that she is the god of wisdom, they might listen better than somebody who, the debate, they didn't even follow real debating rules, but it's just, What, another bleated celebration? Well, I guess we never get to have the first one. Ishnai, I know the first I met you be a demon with the carbine, and bugger me if I ain't right. Now look at us, ready to stand side by side against one of the biggest bloody dragons that ever raid a supply train. I'll get this through. Get everyone through this, though. Don't you worry. Not worried. Not worried at all. Everybody seems to be more worried than I am. I mean, that's par for the course. Because I am main protagonist. C'est le soir. A feast, is it? I can already feel me belly rumbling. As always, the chief works to make the manufactory a place where commoners like me feel welcome. He's done his best for us, and I mean to do the best for him. Even if it means fighting a monster of a dragon. I've been invited to the manufactory? Well, well, how have times changed. Though I appreciate the gesture, I do not have a place at that table. I vowed to leave the sky still matters to Stefan alone, and so I shall. Tell my son that I pray for his victory and the prosperous future that will grow from his success. Probably, if I remember, the last thing I'm going to do tonight is get the flying areas, unlock flying in Ellipse. Been a good while since I shared a drink with mates. Reminds me of old times, and mistakes I don't mean to repeat. Ishnai, you should have a nibble. It's all delicious. I might gobble that lot myself. The lordsmith says the feast is courtesy of the count. I ain't eaten it like this since, well, ever, to be honest. This is the last meal, then I'll die a happy man. Thank you for summoning everyone to the feast, and thank you for Father's message. Eat, drink, and be merry, my friends. Soon we shall introduce Very Selin to the rage of the machinists, for the manufactory, and for Ishgard. For Ishgard! Aye. See how their eyes shine with determination? You are the perfect choice to act as my ambassador. Ever has your presence been a boon to the manufactory? I often wondered what would have become of us had you not chosen to walk the path of the machinists. Well, I didn't, kind of, by story timeline sense. Through our next battle, because I'm coming back to this, you'll indeed be perilous. It shall also serve to demonstrate the pinnacle of our achievements. When Verusalem lies defeated in the snow, you'll have accomplished a deed that, dog balls, and the Holy See believe nigh impossible. Were you ready to make history? Join us at the site of the trial in Corthus Western Highlands. Actually, it might be better if I teleport here and go over. Fly over from there. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Never know what I'm doing. By the way, did I actually finish the... That's hilarious looking. Back to the muffins. Where am I going? I'm not looking at the map! I'm going everywhere and nowhere at the same time. God, that sounds so familiar. Lord Dogballs, my machinists are assembled. We now but await the arrival of the dreaded Versilin. Excellent. I am accompanied by a priest of the Holy See, who shall ensure the trial proceeds in accordance with the Shgardian law. The wagon has also been provided to tempt the talons of your quarry. The Observatum have been tracking the creature's movements. According to their calculation, Versilin and his entourage should fly over this pass within the hour. Should the machinists of the Skysteel manufactory satisfy the conditions of the trial by combat, either through victory or valorous death, then your innocence be proven and your honor redeemed. Should you choose to flee, however, I trust I need not elaborate further. I mean, I already murdered Halone, so I mean... We shall oversee the proceedings from on high, that I might judge thine actions evenly and with uninterrupted view. May justice be served. Your Reverence, pray do not avert your eyes should the scene become one of bloody carnage. We do not wish to deny these fine combatants a fair trial. My strategy for this battle is thus. Hit the beast with everything we have. Oh, so what I normally do. Deploy every turret, shoot every bullet. We shall bury Versilin under a hail of metal and fire. You know, I defeated bigger than that. Bloody hills, it's massive, so that thing is difficult to kill. It's tiny, I don't know what you're talking about. As manufacturer chief, I have but one order for you all. Survive this battle. It's tiny. Also, bitches deserve this. Machinist, protect the fallen! Oh, shame. Why do this? Why protect me? Should you but allow the dragons to do their bloody work, you'll be free to pursue your agenda. Sorry, we aren't like you. Bitch. Aye, and if you could argue you have earned it, after the grief you have caused, I shall take what is left of your corpse and string it up for target practice. But if my machinists are to truly be spear and shield of Ishgard, we must defend all of our citizens with equal zeal. I fear that excessive associations with commoners has softened your brain. The oath you have sworn, however, is indeed a knightly one. If you're done yapping, Lord Dog Balls, we're a bit bloody busy here. Rag that tumble again, and it'll be the first thing I put the bullet through. You best heed her warning, old fella. Joy is not one to give voice to idle threats. Until this day, I have but observed your battles from afar. What a perfect opportunity to evaluate your skills from a more intimate perspective. You know, she said she was going to shoot you. By the Fury, is he still speaking? Leave him, Joy. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Let us shoot a path through the foe's raid lied before us. Drilling. The bad dragon. I'm drilling the bad dragon. Nobody ask. Ba 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 ba. We've done it! The damnable beast is dead. Oh, you got your sword back now? I thank you for saving my life. The accusations against you shall, of course, be withdrawn. As a further token of my gratitude, I would offer you a boon. Speak your wish, and I shall do all within my power to grant it. A boon? You little favor? You think one little favor will wipe the leisure clean of your steaming shite? Fortunately, my heart has but one desire. I will have your oath that henceforth you will no longer oppose the rise of the Machinists, and never again seek to interfere with the operation of the Sky Steel manufactory. Is that all? No chests of coin, no promises of power? The workings of your mind are truly an enigma to me. But you shall have my word of this, nonetheless. Indeed, we shall discover the best means by which your fine Machinists might contribute to Ishgard's defenses. 'Tis only from behind a sturdy front line that a Machinist's full potential is realized. Together with your knights, however, we will change the face of war. Of course! You cannot do without the masters of the battlefield. May we strike the fear into the hearts of our enemy, and ensure the continued prosperity of the Holy See. Fare you well, Lord Stefan. Well, that's that then. Alright, well that's it then. Thank you for letting me join you on this one, boss. I think I'm ready to move on now. Joy's not letting you. I'm not letting you. Joy, your eye is as sharp as your harpy tongue. Good work, lass. I nominate you to take over as master of Marker's ship. Ishnai, you're too bleeding quiet? I mean, if you could hear me on the other side of this mic. But your weapon speaks loud enough, I suppose. Keep firing like that, like you did, and I reckon new students will flock to the workshop to follow in your footsteps. Are you truly leaving us? Yeah, walk off into the sunset, why don't you? I've never been the kind of bloke that sticks to one place for too long. You've treated me well at the workshop. Better than I deserve, I reckon. But it's time I weighed anchor. I'll be seeing you then. Should your travels bring you back to Ishgard, know you always have a place at the manufactory, my friend. She'll be on her way as well. Well, I also have a foster dad that, I have a place at, too. Alright. Back to Foundation. Yep. What am I doing? Trying to remember whether I need to go to Cap Bronze Lake or whatever for the scholar stuff. When an extraordinary turn of events. With these troubles behind us, however, I feel the age of machinists has finally arrived. And you, Ishnai, have all but outgrown the manufactory. With Roz's departure, there's none who may compete with your skill at firearms. Pray take the lessons you have learned and make known the machinist's trade in every corner of Eorzea. You are, of course, welcome to return to us whenever you desire. We shall be here, ever serving Ishgard as her deadliest spear and sturdiest shield. Ah, before I forget, Ross asked me that I encourage you to push the limits of your marksmanship. I believe his exact words were, that ye can blast through any pile of shite that might stand in your way. I'm getting better at the accent, don't you think? I mean, I guess. Ooh, rah. Yeah, we're not doing more than that. Or do we get... I'm a machinist, not a man. Yeah, there's no ability. Right now. Alright. Teleporting to Bronze Lake, I think. Or is it... Or I already did this. I don't remember. I am... Nope. It's over here. Lock. Appears to point us setting out somewhere. If it isn't Ishnai, in the flesh, it has been quite some time, hasn't it? Rashak keeps me apprised of any tales of your heroism that reaches her ears, and I must say, they never fail to inspire me to the reach of the greater martial and tactical heights. I have thus been seizing upon every opportunity to hone my skills. It would be through employment or study. In fact, I have an appointment with Sarito Carito shortly to review mariner stratagems for securing thoroughfares and byways. Would you care to join me? Excellent! It will be a pleasure to train alongside you again. I shall meet you at Camp Bronze Lake. Sarito Carito awaits us there. You know, I was just there and thought that's where you were gonna be, but, we're going back there. This is just like old times, isn't it? I guess. My, what a pleasant surprise! I was unaware that you would be joining us today. I was not aware I was joining us today either. Heavens, is that Ishnai I spy? Satoto, a pleasure to see you. Have you come here for the exercises as well? Of course. It may have been well over a millennia ago that I began my studies, but I am still a student with much to learn. Though I am somewhat hampered by the small matter of my inability to summon a fairy while trapped in this grotesque form. You're hardly grotesque, my lady. Fuck already! I mean, I am confident that there's some way you might once again call forth a fairy. We need only find a way to tap the royal marine spirit within you. Come hells or high water. Let's hope that you are right. Just fuck already. Not to doubt that he is. But first, given how rare this opportunity is, might I suggest we begin by asking Ishnai to regale us with tales of her recent endeavors. There's much we might learn from them. Limit journey. Limit, she, and then got... I'm so proud of them. Limit strives to save her sister, no matter what it costs her. It reminds me of my father. I can scarcely believe you traveled to another world entirely. Were it anyone else, I would doubt the veracity of their words, but I can only envy you. You must have gained much insight in the nature of our own star. The concept of stone blight fascinates me. Highly contagious and transforms the body. I cannot but draw parallels between it and the Nymphenian plague. What were you able to discern about the magic utilized in curing it? Perhaps the application of a highly concentration of ether. But how? Might crystals serve to amplify? Assuming so. It may work. Similarities of Stoneblight to our own affliction. This may well be the key to a cure for the Nymphenian plague. You mean to say that my body and my ability to cast healing magic could be restored? Precisely. It would be a complex process involving trial and error, of course, but I assume you'll be interested in it nonetheless. Very good. Your assistance will hasten the process considerably. Setoto and would have your aid in preparing the experimental compound. We will require instruments that allow for a high degree of precision. Alika you must consult an expert goldsmith to procure suitable supplies. I believe we might make use of a revival route as well, though I know of no better source of it than the aged tree and the snake malt. It would be something of a walk, I realize, but I can entrust this task to you. Of course, I can teleport there. A challenge befitting the Royal Marines, and we shall rise to it! Oorah. I've been forgetting to say oorah after, gaining stuff. Bad me. Though concentration needs excess anything we have previously... Ishnai. Yes, upon reflection, I'm quite certain I'll require that route. The larger the cutting, the better. This is the closest thing to hope I've felt in a very long time. I didn't mean to click you again. Strange noises were heard. Nothing's changed. Surveying, looking. I need to figure out how to play this. As a level 80. So mostly when I was doing it, I was stuck in, or even a level 70 or whatever. I mostly was stuck inside, the Crystal Tower. And I didn't quite trust myself to do other people. I mean, outside of Alliance, since I had a second healer and I had healers on other alliances that I could feel safely could, you know, res me if I fucked up. So I'll probably need to run some trusts. Get a feel for it. That's an off-stream thing. This is the closest thing. Okay. Same thing. Are you able to cure the root? Name for potent healing properties. Thank you. I expect this will be sufficiently potent. Now we only need to await Alec Zolok's return. Apologies, I've only just escaped. I am acquainted with a goldsmith of some repute. He said to agree to fashion the instruments in return for my massaging him with salamander oil again. Manderville? However, the goods themselves will be more than adequate. Manderville has a thing for Lollifells massaging it? Was that it? Ah, they're a bit oily, but it's presumed that it will come off. In which case, we can prepare the compound at any time. However, the matter of which follows is problematic. Problematic? In what sense? Though I'm fairly confident in my theory, the experimental compound is just that, the experimental. I did state before that this process will involve trial and error. As the Numian plague does not affect beasts, to test it on anything but a tonberry is impossible. Yet, as its ingestion will result in a disruption to the body's ethereal balance, there's a possibility the subject may find himself worse off than before. I have no intentions of inflicting such a fate on any of my brethren, naturally. So, should I be warped beyond recognition as a result, the task of destroying me will fall to you. You can't honestly believe we would agree to that. I agree to it. It's joking. What if you were to test it on me instead? Absolutely not. You heard what he said. The test subject may very well become a monster. I'm prepared to take the risk. Well, I'm not prepared to let you. So you'd rather Cerrito Carrito do it? If the test does fail and he becomes some sort of abomination, who will remain to continue researching the cure? It follows that I ought to be the test subject. And I'm supposed to accept that? Yes, you are. It's not your choice to make. And you're the best bear around? Yes. Please calm yourself. A mixture will take some time to prepare. In any case, we can discuss this later when we all have the opportunity to think. Fine, I'll do my thinking elsewhere, if it's all the same to you. I hoped everyone would be amenable, but I suppose life is rarely simple. understand. I'm merely trying to prevent her from placing herself in harm's way. I believe you two will be well served by a reprieve. Perhaps a bit of exercise. I don't wanna. I'm a nerd. I don't do exercise. If you insist. This would be a fair sight easier if they were honest with one another. I know, right? As you're doubtless aware, Saseto is quite enamored with Zolok. She seems disinclined to pursue the matter, however, her condition being what it is. Though she's raised the salient point, I would not have her volunteer if her primary goal is to remove the perceived obstacle, were Alex Zolok to be forced to slay her, only to learn later what it was all for. It doesn't bear thinking about. May you go and speak with her? I expect she's fuming somewhere in outer La Nocia. She has a tendency to wander when she's distressed. If you're to coax Setseto's honest feelings from her, I will be in a better position to decide whether this is truly something I can ask the both of them. I don't need anything from that general area. Yeah, no. Making my way. Lovely castle, isn't it? All that's left of your home, really. And where you were imprisoned. I apologize for my earlier conduct. I have no intention of changing my mind, though. My logic is sound. It is, but are the reasons you gave truly what you volunteered? They are they? I see. So it's come to this. Yes, I am in love with Alexilok. And maybe were things different, I could be content with that. If we might walk hand in hand without drawing the attention of ever would-be heroes within 10 miles. If my compatriots were just as free to pursue their own happiness. As it is, however, his insistence on protecting me above all else, it chafes. I am no fool. I know that others, Alzalak included, are stronger than I. And I am not so proud as to refuse aid on principle. But it's not enough to merely live, insulated from harm. I've always wanted to help people. Now more than ever, knowing firsthand the terrible toll the blight takes on all of us. It's not as simple of my own desires that make me so adamant. Truthfully, there is no more suitable subject on whom the cure can be tested. I had not yet seen 20 summers when I was afflicted, so if the unanticipated effects, my body would be best to bear them. Moreover, I was one of the last of them to fall to the plague before we entered our lengthy slumber, meaning my illness is less advanced. If the potential cure shows results, they will present in me most quickly. To say the thought that it could fail does not frighten me would be a lie. Yet, if there is a means by which I might save my people from suffering, I cannot ignore it. You followed the path of the scholar. You understand, don't you? Yes, I think I know the feeling. Thank you. Talking through this with you has helped clear my head, I believe. I'm ready to speak with the others. There! I finished running through the Serpent Toga's 10,000-step training regiment. Damn, you did it pretty fast, if the fact that I came back and forth and it was... Ah, you have returned. How are you feeling? More confident than ever. You must test the cure on me. Alk, please. I'm not making the decision in haste, nor do I take it lightly. Truth be told, I'm terrified. But I need to do this. Ishnai agreed. It must be me. Yes, I must admit your reasoning is sound. I appreciate you worry for me, Alak. And it means more than you know. But this is my duty, my battle to fight. You can trust me to meet this foe with all I have. I vow not to quit the field until the bitter end. But if the time comes when I am no longer myself, I need to know that my fate is in good hands. In your hands. As you wish. I will be at your side as any true mariner would. But know that I fully expect you to seize victory, come hells or high water. I will. Thank you, Alak. Very well. If the two of you are resolved, I will abide by Saseto's decision. But before we begin, I must explain how the process is meant to work. First, Saseto will drink the compound I devised. This should destabilize the ethereal composition of her body. Once she has done so, Alex Zalak, you must stand at the ready for this. With this, a gemstone retrieved from Amanpur. It should serve as a focus. Ishnai and Lily will channel their restorative magics through the focus, amplifying it. In theory, it being exposed to a sufficient volume of curative aether will encourage Saseto's own aether to attune to it and get it set itself right. Well, I mean, don't we have a friend who is a part of the Scholars of Baelson that might be able to help? Alright, my Lily. If all are clear at what must be done, let us commence. It burns! It burns! What a whirl! What a whirl! What a whirl! Sorry. That was my adding. Ishnai, Lily, now! Fight it, Saseto! I mean, you lost your hat. You truly are radiant, Saseto, inside and out. Aww. You're adorable together. I was really certain it would work, but to see the results is another matter entirely. I can scarcely believe my eyes. I can feel the breeze on my skin. Oh, it's wonderful! To think after all this time, the endless research, we have a cure for the Nemean plague. That Sarito Karito even managed to devise such a thing is remarkable enough. But to see it succeed, without Ishnai's skill as a scholar, it never would have been possible. And Saseto, your kindness, your conviction, your strength of spirit, it inspires me to train with even greater fervor. Nerd. That is so like him. I know, right? He's still utterly oblivious to my feelings, I'm sure. It's alright, though. I never truly expected to have another chance at life that I once envisioned for myself. Now that I do, I intend to enjoy it. There's no need to rush through all the best parts. That goes for my vocation as well. I intend to relearn the scholarly arts, starting from the basics. And with my etheric balance restored, I should be able to summon Lilac properly. Someday we will be the salvation of those in need, I swear it. For the moment, however, I have much training to do if I am fit for the Royal Marines. To that end, I'm off to find Alec. Ka. Okay. Alec, okay. I'm saying the name wrong. I know. Having labored for so long, so fruitlessly, and to see the cure realized at last, I find myself at a loss for words. I don't know, you just said a good sentence. I need to monitor Saseto's condition for a time, of course, lest there be any adverse effects that were not readily apparent. But this is progress, astounding progress, towards the day that we might see all Tonberries restored to their former selves. In the meantime, inexperienced in the matters of the heart though they are, you needn't worry over much for those two. I have confidence they'll sort themselves out in due time. Fare you well, in whatever worlds your travels lead you to, and thank you. My voice is starting to go. So let's do this dancer one. And we'll probably end it for tonight. Okay. I teleported too quickly for this, apparently. Our home at Razat Han also lies by the sea, but I must say I find the ocean breeze here singularly refreshing. Oh wait, I was also gonna get the teleportation for lips. Nah, it's fine for right now. Now, Shmira. Well, if it's in my star pupil, you couldn't have come at a better time. A messenger just arrived. It would appear that Master Guegwe has received a response from his friends at the Sultanate. As for the details, he would deliver them to us in person. Why don't you go on ahead to his villa? I'll fetch Rana and be along shortly. Well, well, if it isn't my second favorite dancer. Good news, my girl. Thanks to the highest recommendation of yours truly, my friends at the Syndicate would be more than happy to host one of your performances in Uda. You have our deepest gratitude, Master Guegwe. Truly, your generosity knows no bounds. God, think nothing of it. Your performance gave me a thrill I'll not soon forget. And while I'd love nothing more than to keep you all to my own, I would be remiss if I don't share my most remarkable discovery with the rest of the realm. That goes for you in particular, my lovely Rana. You may be a bit rough around the edges, but that adds to your untamed, I dare say, feral allure. I feel creeped out by the fact you're saying that because she is a cat girl. Nothing would make me happier than to go down in history as the man who introduced your beauty to Eorzea. Why, Mr. Guigui, you're making me blush. Gah, that'll take me. I simply cannot bear the thought you've performed on my stage for one last time. You'll grace me with one final farewell performance, won't you? Surely after all is done for you. Our apologies, Master Guigui, but we cannot keep our audience in the Sultanate waiting. After all, this is but the second stop on our journey, a journey you must see through to the end. And besides, while your words do Rana and us all great honor, I would remind you that the girl is still an apprentice. Excess praise can lead to overconfidence, and overconfidence to carelessness, and carelessness to an untimely fall. Did you hear me, Rana? No matter what glowing words your admirers may hear upon you, remember that your journey as a dancer has only just begun. Keep your feet firmly planted on the ground, lest you stumble on the road to achieving your full potential. But of course! And yet, it's truly inspiring to have such a devoted fan, is it not? Why, it helps me appreciate just how much I've blossomed as a dancer in such a short time. I do not make light of your achievements. I only ask that you stay focused on the task at hand. Continue to hone your craft, and not let yourself get swept away by unchecked emotion. And with that, we should be taking our leave. Master Guigui, we thank you for your patronage and hospitality. When our business in Eorzea is done, we will return to express our gratitude. You need not feel compelled to travel with the troop, Ishnai. I trust that you have matters of your own that you'll attend along the way. We shall await you, Noodle. He's mad. He has his arms crossed. Look at all these people! I wonder how many new fans I'll make here. 1,000? 1,000? I could hardly wait. The streets are a bit dusty, but the ornate architecture of the residence is something to behold. Clearly the aesthetic taste of the Udalians tend towards the lavish. No doubt Nash Mira has already taken into consideration in planning our next performance. So this is Oldal, jewel of the desert, but we're not here to see the sights. No, we must decide upon a suitable venue for our next performance. As a matter of fact, I already have an idea. I was thinking we may put on a show in the Stone's Throw, a settlement outside the city said to be home of the poor and downtrodden. Are you sure of this, Mistress Nashmira? I agree that the art should be enjoyed by the lowborn as well as the high, but is some glorified shantytown truly the best place for us to find an audience here? And I would have it no other way. Now listen to me, Ishnai, and listen carefully. You recall I told you that our Kregistan has the unique power to clear the hearts and minds of worries, and lift the spirits of all who behold it. Put it another way, bringing joy and succor to the scorn and suffering is no less than our calling in life. In Limsa as well, our audience included many who were down on their luck, and yet it did not seem those troubles weighed so heavily on their hearts. Mayhap this is a remnant of their pirate heritage, a flagon of ale in hand and a song on the lips, and all their cares fade away. Udal is different. Here I feel the scars of calamity run deeper, particularly among those who lack the coin needed to rebuild their lives to their satisfaction. Stone's Throw it will be. I can think of no place more in need of what we offer. You there! Halt! Halt, I say! You're the dancing troupe that's coming by the invocation of the Syndicate, yes? On the authority of Brass Blades, we command you to cease at once. Fear you not. You've not done naught wrong. It's just, well, Stone's Throw's not safe for visitors these days, you see. A group of real rabble-rousers have been causing trouble of late. You know how it is. Protests, riots, all sorts of unpleasant business. You mean it's only unpleasant because you're the one that's getting involved, like, it's upsetting your day versus, you know, them trying to get for better rights and stuff? Of course, their anger is targeted directly at Ula's upper crust. Like, as not, they'd leave a troupe of performers. Still, the Syndicate cannot accept the risks of its honored guests suffering an untimely injury or worse. We appreciate your concern, but I can assure you that it is wholly unnecessary. All members of my troupe are well trained in the art of self-defense. We are more than capable of taking care of ourselves. That's right. Besides, healing suffering and strife across the realm is precisely the reason why we're here. Whatever sorts of struggle your people face, why not let us look into the matter and see if we can't resolve it? It's a gracious offer, but no, keeping the peace is our sworn duty, one we cannot simply impose on guests. Besides, we are trained soldiers, and you are not. For your own safety, you should leave this place at once. I'm more than just a dancer, you know. An adventurer, and one who knows her way around Udall, you say? Perhaps you're fit to investigate the matter at all. Very well, then. You and your friends may carry on. Just promise you won't go looking for trouble, eh? I don't think you're in the seniority position to be able to tell me this, but okay. Also, I love that I am green screened on the back of that location for when I did the response thing. Tell me it didn't look like a green screen when I was saying I'm not just a dancer. Mistress Nahmira, leave this to me. I'll dance up a storm for these poor folks to calm their hearts and put an end to any riots and uprisings. I admire your spirit, Rana, yet I cannot shake the sense that the great danger does indeed lurk here. You may go, but only if Ishnai accompanies you. And you must promise you will not leave her side. Alright, the more the merrier, don't you agree, Ishnai? Let us make for Stone's Throw. I'll race you there. I thought you weren't going to leave my side. Master! Master! Teacher! Teacher! I'm gonna teacher's pet! Rana has come far since joining our troupe, but she's still a child with much growing up to do. I realize she's your senior as a dancer, but I ask you this. Pray keep an eye on her and see that she stays out of trouble. I admire the girl's spirit, but I do wish she'd think things through a bit before she acts. Good fucking luck. Oh, there you are. Let's get started, shall we? Our first task is to figure out just who's behind these riots. Why don't we split up and ask around and see what turns up? No! Don't tell me you're worried about that silly promise I made the Mistress Nashmira. Come now, Ishnai. Clearly she worries over much. You saw me on the stage. Do I look like someone who can't take care of herself? Yes! Let's see what the townspeople can tell us. Meet you back here when you're both done, alright? You aren't from this land. But okay. Beleaguered beggar. Riots? There's been some trouble over here of late. Won't catch me dead giving myself involved. Whoever's behind it all, wish he'd just bugger off and give us peace and quiet for once. Of course, that doesn't stop those brass braids from glaring at me askance every time they come through the neighborhood. Not that I can blame them. I suppose. Rumor has it the true culprit's an expert in throwing authority is off his trail. You looking for some rabble-rouser rider, you say? I might know a thing or two. What's it to ye? None of us here in Stone's Throw have much love for the rich, and that much is true. Still, it wasn't till lately when someone started talking about it actually gave them their due. Though they were just talking big, but lately it seems they've been putting their plot to action. Now we wait, and she doesn't show up, and we have to fucking rescue her. Hey, you there. You're friends with that Mikote girl? The one with the fancy dress? She was asking around about the riots, you know. Well, would you believe I actually saw her just talking with the black guards responsible for it all? Last thing I saw, he was leading away somewhere. I'd go after her if I were you. Well, I wouldn't. I never had the nerve for that sort of thing, but I reckon you should, before the poor thing comes to harm. Who'd have thunk? End up hitting everything else that's around. I wish that you really saved my skin. This man told me he'd take me to the Note Rider's hideout. He let me here, and then, well, to be honest, I'm still not sure entirely what I witnessed. The strangest thing, as soon as he brought me here, his body began to sway and spin in the strangest ways. If I don't know any better, I'd say he was dancing. But we can talk about that when we're safer in Varn. I should probably summon the Blast Blades and file an official report. Meanwhile, could you return to the city and let Mistress Nashmira know I'm alright? And tell her I'm sorry for breaking my word. Well, it wasn't just your word, it was my word as well, because I told her yes. The Brass Blade should be here any minute now. Could you go and return to the city and tell Mistress Nashmira I'm alright? Tell her I'm sorry for breaking my word. No, my voice is going. My voice is going. I was wrong. I don't know anything. Ah, there you are, Ishnai, but where's Rana? I see. I had a feeling this would happen. Do not blame yourself, Ishnai. You are not her keeper. I will deal with the girl myself when she returns. That said, I am curious. What can you tell me of the strange dance she said says her would-be captors were performing? I don't know, I wasn't there. Good news, friends! Thanks to your efforts, we have apprehended the firebrand. Peace should return to the Stone's Throw for now, at least until the next rabble rouser decides to fan the flames. Still, there's one part of the story that does not sit well with me. The girl here claims she saw her captors dancing, but those who took in custody swear to the last man that they remember no such thing. they deny that they were dancing. But why ever would they feel the need to lie about something so innocuous when they've already convicted of a far heinous crime? It's not precisely a lie. You see, here the tale gets even stranger. They claim to have a vague recollection of their bodies moving, but insist they had absolutely no intention of doing so. They went on to say they couldn't even remember where or why they came up with the idea to write in the first place. On the contrary, they seemed almost relieved, just as some evil spirit has been banished from them. Sounds like our friends have been partaking in a particularly unstable and unsavory alchemical concoction. At any rate, the Brassblades will be taking over the investigation from here. Thank you for your assistance, and please carry on with the preparations for your performance with our blessing. I'm sorry, Mistress Nashmira. I should have stayed with Ishnai like you said. Together, I'm sure we would have worked things out peacefully. In the end, I was not able to dance even a single step. Just as the Kregazan can enthrall and inspire, it can serve us in battle. A true dancer must be prepared for both possibilities at all times. Ishnai was able to display your skills as a dancer in battle today, and I suspect it was for that very reason your would-be captures. Never mind that. There's something more happening. Rana, you disappoint me. It's not a lack of dancing prowess that led you to your failure today. No, it was the overconfidence that led you to stray from your partner's side. With the true fatalism dances, we dance as one. We dance to stir hearts and lift spirits, not to merely show off our skills, that our admirers might shower us with empty praise. I thought you understood this, but it's clear you still have much to learn. I am sorry, Mistress Nashmira. I promise I will not repeat my mistake. And proceeds to walk off, not as one. Forgive me for making you suffer the girl's foolishness, Ishnai. Though she has grown in skill, it is clear she is just a child in more ways than one. I can only hope that she will take today's lesson to heart, lest she eventually pay the price. You ask much of the girl. Being a true dancer is more than knowing how to move one's feet. It must be tougher on Rana more than anyone, lest the true fatalism fail to carry out its sworn duty. I can see you're confused by my words. Do not worry. All will become evident in due time. How about right now? How about now be the due time? Yes, both in Rana will understand all too well. And with that, I must prepare for our forthcoming performance. This time, I'll be asking Rana to take the stage alone. She may consider it her opportunity to reflect upon her actions today. God's willing, learn to grow from her missteps. Meanwhile, perhaps it would be best if you too return to your training. If you and Rana are truly meant to bring out the best in one another, both of you need to work harder than ever before. Farewell for now, and let us meet up again when it's time to move on. And now I do believe it's time that I did some investigating of my own. Yeah, my voice is going, if you couldn't tell by the raspy. Blah, blah, blah. So let me find somebody to raid. Alright, y'all. This was just like Ciarfox. I hope you have a good day or night, whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and comment. Go ahead and take a breath. Sore throat.